Mike coming in clear, Chip.
Hello.
Welcome.
I have some insider info on a trade.
Welcome.
Atlanta won't be picking at 12 or 20.
Where's 12 going?
Another team.
Oh, okay.
The team that's landing LeBron James this offseason.
Oh, the killer Cavs.
Oh, yeah. Is there anyone in the NBN that you like, Cheppy?
Not me.
Can you guys hear background noise like right after I stop talking?
No.
No.
Can you hear it while I talk?
No.
No.
Oh, thank God. I have my little like window air conditioner unit in my office, and it's normally loud as shit, but if it's not going to pick up, that'll be good.
No, you sound great.
Oh my God, living in Arizona sounds like hell.
Hey, it's only 93 right now. That's not bad.
It's hotter here than there.
I think we were supposed to get a little monsoon today, but I didn't see any rain.
Well, it's kind of early, right?
I think it was projected for like 5 or 6 this morning. Let me look. Ooh, 16% chance at noon. So that's not going to happen.
I had a 16% chance getting the #1 pick.
Sad.
Yeah.
All right, who do I need to tag? Kid?
Maybe Kid.
Matt?
Oh, there he is. Oh yeah, Matt, for sure. That's pretty much it.
What about HKD?
Nope.
Not doing it?
No.
He's drinking.
That'd be the perfect time to do this.
Yeah.
Outside.
Taylor, you should get really drunk and make your pick.
Yeah.
Killer's not 21.
Doesn't matter.
No, that'd be a good handicap for Killer, because he normally just dominates the draft, so get him about 6 beers deep.
He did draft Isaac Okoro, so let's not say that.
Hey,
Yeah,
bro,
can you
14
post
is
my
solid.
trade?
Nate, if you draft Anthony Bennett at 14, is it a steal?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Who drafted Bull in the lottery again?
Oh.
That was Lance.
That was
Yeah, no, that was
Oh,
Lance.
that was.
Shit, it's go time.
my keyboard isn't working right now.
That's fine, you just gotta talk.
Well, I'm on my phone right now. I gotta get on Discord. Give me a second.
Say you hate the pick. That's it.
You guys.
Yeah, I'll just say hey, I hate the pick to everything. All right, how about that?
Every pick.
I'm
every
not
pick.
streaming in here.
I hate the Suns pick. The Suns
Yeah, I know.
pick is gonna be terrible.
Well, it's not Miles Powell, so
What do you
nothing
mean you
that you can really
traded
do.
for it?
It's not.
It's good.
It's not Sand. It's not Mamu.
True.
I only like any Seton Hall player. That's it. That's what
Matt, I
I'm
have a
getting
question.
What?
Which guy that you were high on and really liked actually panned out?
Sadiq Bey, Tyrese Halliburton,
Okay, it's fair.
Miles Powell.
Miles Powell. Now I have my joke high selections, but I genuinely have my players that I'm very high on that do pretty well. Sadiq Bey, Mikal Bridges, I was extremely high on, and he's done well. Tyrese Halliburton is another one of those. This year, mine is actually no. I'm not gonna talk about that yet.
Oh, come on.
No,
Were you,
I'm not gonna talk
were you
about it.
high on Duarte?
No,
Davion Mitchell?
I was like I was like kind of. I'm not like I don't have like. I was like neutral on Davion Mitchell. I think I'm maybe a little bit high on this, but I don't know.
I was low on both.
I was low on Duarte. There are a few players that I'm definitely low on every year, and there are definitely players that I'm high on every year. Hold on, let me get into let me get on my computer. One sec.
someone say Chuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to tag the Bulls now?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was
do
gonna
that.
wait till Chippy started this bad boy.
Okay, well, here we go. Let me add everybody. Not everybody.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're live. I'm trying to get my keyboard to work.
Okay, so here to our viewers of the 2022 NBN Draft. We're here after 1 year of absence to bring you the best draft show for the NBN on the internet. And this is a special year because this is a year where a new team has acquired the #1 pick. It's the Chicago Bulls. They have risen from the 5th, 6th best odds to get the #1 pick. And finally, we don't have to sit through another selection by the Detroit Pistons. We were all getting
Thank God.
close to that. So, unfortunately, they traded for a pick in the first round, so we're going to have to see them again. But as of now, we can see on screen our draft board, which is heretofore unupdated. With the newest trade, which is Detroit Pistons trading for number 17. So on the next run through, we'll see that updated. Or I can just do that now. We have a few draft analysts here. Does anyone want to say introduce themselves?
I'm Kid Monotone, the owner of the Indiana Pacers.
I'm Matt, GM of the Phoenix Suns.
Alright. Who else is here?
That's it. Nobody else.
What do you mean? Don't we have Killer and... Where's
Yeah,
Killer?
we do.
Yo, Killer. Unmute. Okay, whatever. Anyways, our first selection is going to be in, and we have the commissioner of the NBN, Chuck, here to announce. Chuck, do you want to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
With the first pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Jabari Smith Jr. from Auburn.
Jabari Smith Jr., first overall pick from the University of Auburn in the NBN. In the NBA, I mean, mocked to go #1 to the Orlando Magic, and here he is for the Chicago Bulls at #1.
I think this is a good pick. I don't think anybody's like... I might be a little bit higher on Chet Holmgren than others, but I think with the team itself, with players like Gafford and Moses Brown, you don't really need another center here, so you can kind of use a more power forward kind of centric player with Jabari Smith, potentially. That's what I think.
Yeah, the Chicago Bulls, they haven't really had a lot of success in the lottery before, and in the draft, their picks have not panned out as well as they might have hoped. I think their last few picks were Obi Toppin and Kobe White, and Jabari Smith, and the opportunity to draft at #1, I think was a real blessing for the organization to get a real difference maker. And this is the kind of guy that they want, someone who can provide some instant contribution, easily projectable role in the NBA. And the league, and for the Bulls, they do need someone really dependable in their starting lineup, where their previous lottery pick forward has not been able to make a difference. Obi Toppin. Now Jabari Smith is going to slot in right there at the starting 4, and they can sort of build around him going forward.
Now it's up. Who's next pick?
Who has the next pick?
The next pick is, as we move to the draft board here, going to be selected by the San Antonio Spurs. So we're currently waiting for their pick.
Spurs have some decent players right now. DeJounte Murray is still 25 years old, pretty decent player. LaMelo Ball, of course, a really good player here. You really need a big here, and there's two bigs that they're definitely have in mind. So I think they're going to draft definitely one of those bigs. Hopefully, the big that I think they should draft is Chet Holmgren. And there has been a trade, by the way.
Yes, Commissioner will announce the trade officially, and whenever we have a pick from the Spurs, we'll push that in. I forgot if he's supposed to be late or not. Bryn is very unreliable. Kid, are you talking? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I saw a little activity there, and I wasn't sure if like it was just really quiet or something.
Yeah, I'm around.
All right. Well, what do you think about the pick, man?
I personally had Jabari Smith at 3rd on my draft board. Obviously, you could make the argument for 3, even 4 guys at the top, but I would have gone with Paolo Banchero. I think he has the most upside to just be a guy you can kind of run your offense through, kind of be that number 1 option. As of yet, I'm not confident that Chet or Jabari can necessarily be that. But obviously, all 3 potentially be great players, so you can't really criticize any of those 3 guys too much as a pick here.
I have Ben Caro firmly at 3. I am lower on Ben Caro than most. I still think he's very good, but I still see some of the things. And when I watch Duke play, I kind of see some things, and I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes he doesn't even seem like the best player on the court when I was watching Duke play, and I think there are some definite concerns with some of the things like his defense needs some work, in my opinion. And I definitely think it's going to be worked on, but I don't know. I have Paolo firmly at 3. He's a very good passer though for his size though, and I will give him that. And his shot creating is pretty good for someone his size.
No, yeah, I mean,
But I still think there are some things he needs to improve on.
yeah, I think we all have probably a different guy for number 1 here. Personally, Jabari on my board, probably like 5. But here for the Spurs, even though my number 1 prospect is still on the board, I'd love to see them take Paolo. I think it's really great. But here, actually, we have an announcement from the commissioner, so I'm going to forward that right now.
All right, trade number 19. The Brooklyn Nets receive Tim Hardaway Jr. The Atlanta Hawks receive Brandon Clark, Willie Cauley-Stein, Dylan Windler, Taco Fall, and number 19 in this draft. And the Cleveland Cavaliers receive Abdel Nader, the number 12 pick, and the number 20 pick this year.
So initial reactions, this is the number 9 pick that Atlanta is receiving. Just to put that there. But yeah, I mean, trade. I don't like how Killer can acquire multiple first rounders just like at will. Like people just give them to him. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. Now,
you got to think now. Do they maybe trade up potentially in this draft with those picks?
I mean, they just traded down, so.
Well, I mean, maybe they then trade. I don't even know. I'm speaking out of my ass right now.
Okay, that's fine. That's encouraged, actually. So let's move this stuff around. Atlanta's getting number 9. Cleveland is getting number 12. And also they're getting another 12 pick. No, they're getting pick 20. So pick 20, which was oh, well, that's awesome. Pick 20, which was previously shown to be a hard to acquire pick in light of the Anthony Davis trade. Now Cleveland attains it. So there you go. Number 20 and number 12 to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and we do have the second selection here by the San Antonio Spurs, so I'll hand it off to the commissioner.
With the second pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga.
Chet Holmgren, number 2 from the University of Gonzaga, center prospect for the San Antonio Spurs. I mean, what do you think?
Chet's number 1 on my board.
Chet,
I think he's a great rebounder. He's a great defender. There are definitely some concerns with him having to gain a little bit more weight, but I think if you saw him playing at Gonzaga net last year, there were some times when you would be concerned about those kind of matchups that he was playing against, when he was playing some very strong bigs, and he was still able to hold his own and be able to be that dominant force. I think he might have to improve a little bit on his fouls, and you saw during the last game that Gonzaga got eliminated, it was his fouls that was the big aspect, and he ended up fouling out of the game, if I recall correctly. But I think it's a really, really good pick. He has a great three-point shot, great shot in general, just all around pretty good pick. He has to work on his offensive rebounding, especially with how tall he is, but I still think he's the best player in this draft.
Yeah, Chet, I will agree with you. I had Chet number 1 on my board. In terms of skill as a basketball player, I think he checks so many boxes. He has, passing ability. He is very good on the cerebral side of the court. He's got shooting, which is so valuable in today's NBA. And he has the rim protection that has made him into a top 3 prospect. Even though, perimeter defense, it's more of a question mark because of his weight and, his general mobility. I think people should be very excited to see how Chet Holmgren's career develops, especially, these skinny center types. We're going to get another. We had one last year with Evan Mobley, and then we're going to have one next year with Victor Wembanyama. So definitely something to keep an eye on if this is a new direction the league is taking or something like that.
I mean, I think the league has kind of been heading that way for a few years now, just in general. I mean, and there have been some good aspects of it and some bad aspects of it. I mean, you see players, I think Kristaps Porzingis is the biggest example of that. I mean, you see he shows flashes every once in a while, but he's too skinny and sometimes where he just gets injured. Biggest issue. I think Chet is a bit different than Porzingis. That's the comparison that a lot of people are trying to put out there, but I think Chet is way more skilled on the inside than Porzingis is.
Just want to quickly chime in here with the report that Indiana Pacers owner Kid Monotone was recently involved in a racist scandal. Holy, I don't know about that one. Kid, you want to comment on that?
I just want to say that the Indiana Pacers organization values people of all colors, shapes, and sizes.
Okay, well, I'll just say that, if this happened on Survivor, Jeff Probst would not be the host the next season, man. Just saying.
Well, I can't be stopped. I'm bulletproof.
Okay. Jesus, that's what you want to hear someone after they say something racist? That's good. All right. Well, while we wait for Charlotte's pick, and in the wake of this trade, the new draft board here, where Cleveland has traded their number 9 pick for number 12 pick and gained another late first rounder with pick 20, and Atlanta Hawks less than a month, like 2 weeks after winning the championship, they are here with 2 lottery picks. The number 5 and the number 9. Is this unfair? Should they be stopped? I mean, would you guys endorse a veto procedure for their picks, like similar to what's happening in real life with the Miami and Bucks second rounders, where they were forfeited? Maybe for fairness, we take away the Hawks picks, something like that. Okay, well, I was just spitballing, anyways.
I would support such a thing.
Okay, Killer, but you gave him a lottery pick.
I'm gonna screw up the picks anyway, so don't worry.
I mean, yeah, you drafted James Wiseman, so, but then you got bailed out of that, so I don't know. It just doesn't work. I don't know. It's not cool. All right, we have the third selection in the 2022 NBN draft from the commissioner here, so let me hand it off.
With the third pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Paolo Banchero from Duke.
Paulo here from the University of... No, is it Duke? From Duke University.
He is from Duke University.
Well, I know it says on his jersey. Okay. But Charlotte Hornets will make this pick 4 in the league, I think. And what many people have had as their number 1 overall prospect since, probably since March Madness, I would say. Probably before then. Since, he has been lauded for his shot creation abilities, his playmaking, and his mid-range pull-up, which projects him as a vital weapon in the pick and roll, which is a big action run by NBA teams in this league, and especially for the Charlotte Hornets. They're coming off, I think, an 11-win season. They need any injection of talent whatsoever to sort of buoy their roster, even though they have made some talent acquiring moves in the offseason so far. So Paolo Banchero will team up with vaunted NBA veterans Derek White and who's the other guy they traded for? Gary Trent Jr. Yeah,
Gary Trent Jr. Yeah.
So the backcourt of Gary Trent Jr. and Derek White will surely help Paolo in his quest to prove he should have been the number 1 overall selection. And here we have a top 3 that has been heavily mocked as the... What do you call it?
It's been the heavily mocked draft. Basically, everybody knows this top 3. I think it's really just a matter of with some drafts we have the fact that you kind of know the top 4 in and of itself by every single pick. With this one, you know who's going to be drafted in the top 3 for pretty much. We know it's really just a matter of who is going to get selected in those top 3. I see some drafts where I see Paolo going 1. I see some drafts where Jabari's going 1, and of course I see some drafts where Chet's going 1. So it's really just a matter of which player is going to get drafted 1.
Yeah, and here, so far the people have said, maybe the NBN is a little slave to the mock a little bit, and I said that. And here we have, I think, maybe another example of that. So we'll see.
I don't really think this is an example of that. I just think it's like how good the top 3 is compared to the others.
All right. Well, here we have the next pick, number 4, by the commissioner. So let me hand it off.
Shoot. With the 4th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Utah Jazz select Jaden Ivey from Purdue.
Great pick.
Jaden Ivey. Great pick, says Matt. So already the ringing endorsement from notable draft hater. But I mean, Jaden Ivey, here he is. I was kind of worried that Utah was smoke screening like the whole time when they said, "Oh, Jaden Ivey's top 4 talent. How can he not take Jaden Ivey?" Stuff like that. But here we go. Here's his pick as promised. And if you wanted Jaden Ivey, you had to message. You had to go through many messages with the Utah Jazz front office, and they probably didn't want to give up their chance at at this guy. So I mean, here he is, and we know that we know Jaden Ivey's positives: freak athleticism, John Morant like, and that's really been the comparison that people have been hoping for. That they get another phenom type that can sort of be electric. Last year we had Jalen Green with the athletic gifts that was drafted pretty high. I mean, fell a little bit in the NBN, but drafted number 2 in the NBA. And now this year with Jaden Ivey, people are kind of looking to see, how far elite athleticism can take you. Whether it can go to, whether you can be, a number 1 option, a number 2 option, and be a star in the league, and show that kind of progression. I mean, right now, Matt, what are you thinking the fit with Donovan Mitchell on the Utah Jazz?
Yeah, that's the biggest question here. I mean, you both have, they're both kind of combo guards where they both play at the 2 for the most part. I think Ivey's transition game, in my opinion, is the best in this draft. I don't even think it's close. He's one of the best transitional players I've ever seen. His explosiveness is there. I think there are some factors where he needs to improve, especially on his defense. You saw those games where, especially that St. Peter's game, where you're seeing a lot of players who are never going to get a lick of pro time in the NBA. Were just dominating him at sometimes on the offensive end, and he just could not do anything. I think he is a great transitional player. The Ja Morant comparisons are a bit weird. I think they're 2 separate players. The only thing that is very similar is that explosiveness. But I think Ivy has a lot of potential if be a superstar. I would argue that compared to a lot of these players in this draft, he has the biggest potential to be that superstar player compared to like Paolo, Chet, or Jabari. Maybe not Jabari. I think Jabari, maybe Chet or Paolo in terms of like superstar potential. But Jaden Ivey also has a bit of a floor in the terms of he has to improve his defense, and there are some things that he just needs to do a little bit better. But I do love Jaden Ivey a lot.
Definitely been considered best player available so far. Right now, Donovan Mitchell kind of being eviscerated for his defensive questions in the NBA playoffs. Sort of since Rudy Gobert is there, they're able to make it. But Jaden Ivey is sort of strange in that he doesn't really answer the question for the Utah Jazz, which is can they overcome that this deficiency in Donovan Mitchell's game. But when you have an opportunity to bring in a star level talent, someone who can be if you can have an all-star backcourt, then I think you take that even with the defense. Exactly. I mean, you can look at teams like Portland with Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum, and you can see that even though they didn't make it far, they didn't make it to the finals. They made it
to the Western Conference Finals, though.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah, they made it to the Western Conference Finals, and they made it to they made the playoffs year after year. So if you can have that for Utah, then I think that is something that you can build around for sure. And with Donovan Mitchell's free agency is going to come up in a few years, if you have this backcourt partner for him, it's going to make it way, way easier to give him something to desire to stay on the team.
Well, I mean, the question now is, and people forget that Utah Jazz still have Bones. They still have Bones Highland as well, who's also another combo guard that plays the 2 mostly. So it's really going to be interesting. But Bones is probably going to play as a backup there. But the question is, though, with Utah and even IRL, which is what's going to happen with Donovan Mitchell in this offseason. There are a lot of rumors he's going to get traded. The Knicks are the team that gets brought up the most. But I don't think he goes, but there is certainly a potential of him getting traded and then him either improving or potentially losing some value, which it will be interesting to see in this offseason, this IRL offseason. But now we're going.
Let's look ahead to the next pick. It's Atlanta, and as we know, they won the championship. They recently traded their Finals MVP to Anthony Davis after Trae Young publicly pressured the owner to trade either Paul George or Anthony Davis. He was tired of not getting the Finals MVP, and since Trae Young is so much taller than the Atlanta Hawks owner, I think he was kind of scared. So I don't know. Made that trade under pressure, I guess. But here, actually, we have the fifth selection as going to be told by the commissioner. So let me hand it off.
With the fifth pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Keegan Murray from Iowa.
Keegan Murray from the University of Iowa, 1 year after Luka Garza drafted. Now it's Keegan Murray who has the opportunity to be the Iowa alum that, the little one that could.
Keegan Murray is a very, and RJ was saying safe pick here. And, I tend to agree for the most part. His offensive game is great. It's the problem with any Iowa player in the last few years. If you've noticed this at all by watching Iowa, their defense is absolutely abysmal with Iowa basketball. I think Keegan Murray is definitely one of the better defenders to come out of Iowa the last few years, but there are some definite concerns about the defensive game. I think he is a really, really good offensive player. He averaged, 28 points per game, 26 points per game per 36 at Iowa last year, 23 points per game, as well as 8.7 rebounds, 6'8" power forward. I think maybe he suits more as a small forward, but I do like Keegan Murray a lot. And, I think it's a pretty safe pick at 5. And I think he definitely will contribute right away for them.
Keegan Murray, he's interesting in that, he's not very flashy or very exciting as a prospect, but when you're a team in the playoffs and you draft him, it's like a no-brainer. When you see this guy who can contribute at every level, and he's not really weak in any, maybe his perimeter defense.
His perimeter defense is definitely the weakest aspect, but I think he's a very solid player for the most part.
Yeah. So for Atlanta, it's a bit of a coup, and it doesn't quite fill the hole that Anthony Davis is going to leave, but it's definitely a step in the right direction to sort of bolster that forward depth, and maybe even be a contributor when in the playoffs as soon as his rookie year.
Completely agree. I think Murray is going to be a very interesting player. And I mean, I see him going to potentially in IRL. I can see him going to either Detroit or Pacers. And I think that's going to be a pretty decent fit for him. Specifically, I think the Pistons would be a pretty decent fit for him IRL. So it's going to be interesting to see where he goes and how that translates into NBN in the long run.
And we have the next pick from the commissioner here. Philadelphia 76ers at 6. Let me hand it off.
With the sixth pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Dyson Daniels from the G League Ignite.
Dyson Daniels, the highest pick this year from a professional league, not out of college. Both a foreign prospect and a non-college player. I mean, you like the pick?
I mean, he averaged 25% from the 3-point line last year, and only averaged 13 points per game or 11 points per game. I mean, he's a 6'7" shooting guard. You're definitely gambling here. But you have that Australian backcourt, really, really Australian backcourt with Josh Giddey, Ben Simmons, and now Dyson Daniels. You guys were asking at the beginning of the draft, who are some players that I was higher on than most, and I was higher on Josh Giddey way more last year than a lot of the other people were saying. But I think it's a very interesting pick with how it fits, and I think for fit, I think it can work. His defense is really, really good. He really needs to improve at the 3-point line, but I did see in one of his, if I recall correctly, one of his workouts, he was shooting very well. He got hot during one of the pro days. So maybe his 3-point, maybe his 3-point is better than people give him credit for, but it's really going to be interesting to see what happens.
I think he's fine as a prospect in this range. I have no problems with him going at 6. I just think the fit is really odd. Like, I think it's clearly a Sixers type guy.
Yeah.
But with the other side of that coin is they took Josh Giddey last year. Very similar skill set, minus the defense, like offensively, obviously.
Yeah.
I feel like with the players they currently have, a guy with shooting potential, maybe even a guy like I don't really know who on that roster is going to be the guy. Like if this is a Sixers team that's looking to be competitive anytime soon, which maybe they aren't. I feel like Philadelphia just enjoys, making high draft picks and having a bunch of mediocre young guys. But if they are looking to compete soon, I still don't know who on this team is going to kind of be the centerpiece of that movement. There's a lot of solid young prospects, but I think Shaden Sharp would be the pick here, and the only reason you pass up Shaden Sharp is because you don't trust a guy who really hasn't played since high school and hasn't played against any competition above high school and high school age players internationally. So I get not taking Sharp. I don't know if Daniels, I don't know if he has the upside to be the guy, which I think the Sixers kind of need to look for at this point in the rebuild. So maybe not who I would have gone with here, although I don't think he's a player who's not worthy of going top 6 necessarily.
I agree. I mean, for me, I'm higher on Benedict Mathurin than others. I really like Mathurin. I think he did a really good job at Arizona last year, and that's who I would have drafted here. But I understand why you're not gonna maybe reach a little bit for Mathurin. And Daniels is good. Sharp, I do completely understand those concerns here. His wingspan's really good at 6'11" for a person who's 6'5", for a guy who's 6'5", and he just barely turned 19 years old. But the concerns are definitely there since he hasn't played against real competition. And I did see something where he wasn't really able to differentiate himself between I don't know the other players. I saw that report the other day. He at a pro day. I want to say it was Daniels and somebody else. Shaden Sharp wasn't really able.
Can I interrupt here? We got the next pick here by the Chicago Bulls. So let me hand it over to Chuck.
With the 7th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Shaden Sharp from Kentucky.
Shaden Sharp, it's the international man of mystery, the guy no one's seen play in a year, and reportedly bombed his NBA workouts, embarrassed by Dyson Daniels, and looked a little apathetic in his interview with the Sacramento Kings. Here he is at pick 7. What do you guys think about him at 7?
Well, I mean, I was just talking about him, and I was talking about that Dyson Daniels thing. It wasn't. I don't think he really got embarrassed by Dyson Daniels. I think it was more of and this is what they were saying. He wasn't able to differentiate himself from Dyson Daniels, and I think that's actually good. That shows that he's actually able to compete with those kinds of players, even though he hasn't played in a year. Right? That's what I think personally. I think this is definitely a project kind of pick, in my opinion, where he'll probably able to contribute in some way next year. But I mean, the Bulls in and of itself are already a very young team with a lot of very young players. You have Obi Toppin. Now you add in Jabari Smith as well as Josh Primo, who I think everybody knows my thoughts on Josh Primo. Davion Mitchell, Daniel Gafford, and Moses Brown, you're all adding there. So I think it's a pretty decent pick concerning what you're trying to do with that project. And Obi Toppin is a little bit old at 24, but I mean he's still considered a young player. I think he's as a Knicks fan myself personally, I feel like he's going to have a breakout year next year. So I think that's going to be a nice aspect.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. And actually, we have the back-to-back. Chicago Bulls are picking number 8. So we do have another pick actually here from the Bulls. So let me hand it over to the commissioner now.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Jalen Duren from Memphis.
Jalen Duren,
Wow.
yeah, youngest player drafted so far. I think the youngest player in the draft.
He might be.
Yeah, and here he is at number 8 to the Chicago Bulls. So they've so far drafted. I think Shane Sharp is also one of the youngest. No, I mean,
Yeah, no, Shane Sharp. Shane Sharp is young. He just turned 19. He's about like 10 days older than me. But no, Jalen Duren is 18 right now. I think he turns 19 in November, so he's still very, very young. I'm not sure if he is the youngest player in the draft, but I know he is still very young. I know. I mean, I don't. I'm kind of a little bit shocked on this pick personally, but I don't think it's like a bad pick by any chance, but by any means. But I think it's just I was not expecting this at all.
No, I mean, the
I
Bulls started Moses Brown all season pretty much. And I feel like they thought they needed something more. Kevin Looney's not exciting for them. Probably going to leave in free agency, and Daniel Gafford. I mean, who knows? Right now he's taking a bench role in real life with Washington. So since they traded for Porzingis, so maybe now they've sort of cooled a little bit. Now they have now they want to bring in someone who can start the center of the future, and they definitely think that's Duren. I mean, personally, I think he has a blueprint right there. For the same reason that people like James Wiseman last year, his athletic skills, his body, but I think he's shown a little more feel, a little more strength, and a little more ability on the defensive end. So that for sure, people are looking at him, and
definitely agree. I
I
mean,
think
he
he can make
averaged
an
what?
impact for Chicago.
He averaged what, 2 blocks per game last year at Memphis. That's nice, and especially at a player who's 6'11", who's not extremely tall for a center. It's really just average size, to be honest. Still averaging 2.1 blocks per game is really nice, and averaging 8.1 rebounds as well is very, very nice. And I think you have that defensive aspect there, and especially because your big men, for the most part, are like Obi Toppin, who's everybody knows Obi Toppin is not really a good defender. Jabari Smith is a pretty decent defender. Is a pretty good defender. But I think that you add another decent defender in here, which is really important. Again, I think they potentially might have reached a little bit here, but I don't think it's necessarily bad because you have 3 picks in the top 10, so you're kind of able to reach in that aspect.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this
for
is a
Chicago,
good
yeah.
draft.
I mean, they're a lottery team. They didn't have a lot of talent on the roster, and so for them to kind of swing, it's good for them.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're working on it, and I definitely think that they have something cooking there with that team. And I'm excited to see how the outcome.
Most definitely. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, again, this is more of a future pick. They're probably not going to be the greatest team next year either, but they have that talent coming up, and you have Josh Primo, who is still 2 years away from being 2 years away in my humble opinion. But I don't know. It's definitely going to be an interesting few years for Bulls.
Definitely. I mean, they're kicking off. I mean, it's been 2 years of rebuild, but this is, I think, the first year they're really going to have real results and
I agree.
real prospects, talent that people are going to respect. And I mean, in a year, all these guys could turn out to be bums, but I think we give it a little while, and this isn't like next year they're not going to be in the playoffs or anything. I don't think we should expect that, but
Yeah.
they're definitely heading in the right direction. I think they're building with a direction in mind, and that's something I want to see more of in the league. So I definitely appreciate with them.
I think, I mean, another bit of an aspect here with the Bulls that people aren't really talking about here is their cap space. This team has a lot of cap, and you got to give it maybe 1 or 2 years. Maybe I'm gonna give it a year now. Maybe get those young players to develop a little bit more, and then you might be able to sign some very high end free agents to then make that team bigger, to then go to the playoffs and do stuff like that. I think that's important. And as Chi-Town was saying, they have 2 firsts next year as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next year.
Yeah, next year it's definitely, I think, not like a deciding factor for them, but they sort of want to understand where their team is, because when you draft rookies, they could break out, they could be rookie of the year, they could be like, oh, we're going to build around this franchise cornerstone, or they could be more like Killian Hayes type, where they're really slow coming along, but not to absolute bust level. They have to be in the G League all year. Maybe they're more Corey Kispert types, where they can play a role in the rotation, but you don't really know how far they're going to grow from that. If they've sort of capped out as maybe like a fringe starter type. So ceiling is going to be very important for the Bulls to determine early on, because it's going to inform their draft picks next year. And when they want to start moving into a competitive setting, who are the disposable picks and who are the picks that they need to keep and they need to build around. Because step one to fielding a championship level roster is finding that player to build around.
Definitely agree. And we have a very, very interesting trade that I think is going to be announced very soon. We're waiting.
I believe it's already been announced.
It already.
Oh, you mean by
yeah, by Chuck. We have a very interesting trade.
Have the trade, so I'm going to hand it off to the commissioner.
All right, trade number 20. Hawks receive Cole Anthony, and the Kings receive Bryn Forbes and pick number 9, which puts them on the clock.
Very interesting. I think I'm interested to see how Cole Anthony fits. He's definitely probably going to play off the bench here for Atlanta, but Atlanta has been killing it in this draft so far, it seems like.
Yeah, that's definitely the sentiment so far. And we did, unfortunately, not listen to my warning, and we did feed T1G's drafting addiction, which I don't appreciate, guys. He has a problem. But, I mean, for him, it's a really good place to slot in at number 9. There's a lot of good players here on the board, and I mean, right now, what are you guys thinking? Like a Mathurin type, who he's previously said he doesn't like, or maybe like a.
I mean, if he doesn't like Mathurin, he might go for someone like AJ Griffin, or potentially a Johnny Davis pick. I think with the team itself, and how they fit with players like Gordon Hayward and CJ McCollum, as well as Brogdon, they have a very weird kind of roster. I think the best fit of a player might be AJ Griffin, or I don't really know. It's really just going to be interesting to see what they do. I have no idea here.
Okay, well, we're getting the pick sorted out right now. It's in. The pick is in. We'll see. I can't tell you what the pick is. You want to know?
I would like to know.
All right, well, in a few seconds, you're going to know at the same time as everyone else.
Ooh. I like that trade.
Wait. It's in.
We got it.
Right,
okay.
We're going to get it to the commissioner.
Sorry, Matt. The pick is in with the 9th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft. The Sacramento Kings trade up for and select Johnny Davis from Wisconsin.
Johnny Davis.
That pick.
Oh my god. What did you say?
I like that pick.
Oh, you
I
like
think
it.
it's
That's good. Johnny Davis, Big Ten Player of the Year. Johnny Davis, who has been seen as a high ceiling defensive player, despite of his small frame and lacking size as a combo guard. But he did a lot of work for his team in Wisconsin. He did a lot of things well. Thrived in the mid range, catch and shoot threes. He could knock them down, and he played with a lot of spirit, a lot of heart, playing alongside his brother Jordan Davis, commonly mistaken for him by certain parties in the NBN. And so he's built a very good resume for himself. I think deserving of a top 10 pick. I won't tell you where he is on my draft board, but it's higher. And yeah, what do you guys think so far?
I was kind of sorry, you go.
I'm not a huge fan. I've seen a lot of Johnny Davis in the last year or two, watching a lot of Big Ten, and I just, I mean, he was a great college player. He has great scoring ability. I feel like there's not that much upside beyond a solid kind of, hot button off the bench kind of score with a little bit of defense potential as well. Which even that I don't know if I trust because the physical tools aren't what you might want them to be from a great perimeter defender. But obviously he's good at staying in front of his guy. So I just the shooting percentages concern me. We only really saw one great year of him. He kind of came out of nowhere prior to last season, and before that, he wasn't much of anything. So I think he'll be solid. I think he'll be a guy you can put in there and have be come off the bench and be a great bench scorer. But I don't know if I see him with a lot of actual star potential. And I feel like he's a guy who kind of needs the ball in his hands a lot to produce, but I know not everyone would agree with me. But he's just not a guy I feel has a lot of upside. Personally,
I'm gonna say one word with Johnny Davis, and I think that's hustle. I think on defense, especially, he goes out, gives out a lot of hustle, and I think that's really important. He likes to work in the post as more of a guard, which is interesting. But he's also a very good shooter off the catch. I think he might have to explain. He has to get a little bit better at playmaking. He is a good playmaker, but he's very like risky with some of the passes that he makes. But I think he has the potential to become a very good player in the NBA, and the NBN. I don't see superstar potential in him, but I do see very solid role player in him. I think that's kind of what they need. And
I don't know if I'm drafting what I see as a very solid role player at 9 when I don't know, Matherin and Griffin both on the board. I know they have pick 11, but I don't know. I'm not sure I would want him even with pick 11.
I mean, I was kind of hoping that he would fall to 15 for us. I had a little bit inside of me that was maybe thinking potentially he might have done that. He might have fallen, because I've seen some drafts where he kind of does fall that way. But I don't know. It is. I definitely see where you're coming from. I think it could be a little bit of a stretch here. But I do like the pick, and that means that since they do have 11, they are gonna get one of, well, probably they're gonna get one of AJ Griffin or Benedict Mathurin, unless they decide not to draft one of them. Which, I mean, I could see that happening. There are some good players still on the board that haven't been drafted yet, but I do think that Benedict Mathurin is better, in my opinion.
Well, here we have Grizzlies pick, and they are up at 10 right now on the board. BPA. I mean, let's go down the list. Right now, who's BPA for you guys?
BPA. I agree, Mathurin. I had Mathurin 5th on my board. I'm very high on Benedict Mathurin, and I'm kind of shocked that he's fallen this high. I loved watching him at Arizona last year, and there were some games, especially that game in the I want to say the second second round of the NCAA tournament last year where he went off, and it was just he is very, very, very good. Yeah, it was the TCU game where he scored 30 points and had 8 rebounds as well, which was just a really good performance by him.
All right, well, we have pick 10 in here, so I'm going to hand it off to the commissioner.
With the 10th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Benedict Mathurin from Arizona.
Great pick. 6'6", 6'9", wingspan, shooting guard out of Arizona, out of Montreal, Canada. Very, very good. And I think he has to. I don't even know. I feel like he's probably one of the most solid players in this draft. There's no necessarily like weakness in his game. It's just you don't have a very high ceiling, I would say, with him, but you have a very good player.
I think, and I told this to my GM when we were doing our scouting, that Benedict Mathurin kind of checks a lot of boxes for what we've seen from breakout shooting guards in the late lottery, which is, they're flamethrowers from 3, they have athletic ability, and they're able to create their own shot. And right now, for Benedict Mathurin, he took a lot of high contested shots at Arizona, and he's able to, use that perimeter shooting as an asset, as well as his athleticism, throwing down lobs, being, a primary option, and he has that experience in college. And I think that when you look forward to his role in the NBA, you can definitely see him being more of a, guy who's part of the offensive identity of the team instead of like an off-ball player, shooter type.
I think it's a perfect fit with John Morant. Personally, I'm really excited for that pick for Memphis, and I think it will pay off dividends in the long run. I think the only really concerns about him is defensive consistency, but I think he has very good moments, and I feel like if he goes to the right team IRL, that is a good defensive team IRL, I feel like he's going to be able to improve that defense in the long run, and I think that's what's really important. He is a little bit turnover prone as well, but I think he's a very, very good pick. Again, I had him 5 on my big board, whereas and other modern people, I'm just shocked that he fell 10. That he fell to 10.
Yeah, I would say for me the defensive questions are a little more pronounced. Same with a prospect like Jaden Ivey, where you feel like they lack awareness, and that's not something I think that develops very easily in the NBA. But still, he's so talented offensively and it's so projectable. Like this sharpshooter role, play finisher role that people. It's a premium in the NBA right now. Like athletes are not dime a dozen who can also shoot the 3 at a high rate, high degree of difficulty, and come down and play in transition the other way as well. So for Mathurin, it's definitely very, very interesting. And at 10, I think the Grizzlies are very, very happy. With the outcome.
I would agree. I think if AJ Griffin gets drafted here, I think he should get drafted here at 11. I think that's a good pick for them. I like AJ Griffin's game. I think he doesn't turn much. He's going to be a very good 3-and-D player in my opinion. He does have to improve on the defensive end, but I think he is going to be able to get there because of his athleticism. I think.
Yeah, and here we're gonna have the updated draft board. The first 10 selections made. And we're not even an hour into the draft. If last year, I think it took us an hour to do 7 picks, so we're ahead of schedule so far. Hopefully, no one holds it up, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. And we also have the next pick 11 from the Sacramento Kings here, so I'm gonna hand it off to the.
With the 11th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Sacramento Kings select AJ Griffin from Duke.
6'6" small forward out of Duke with what is his wingspan? I don't even remember his wingspan. But he is very good player, very, very young. His dad is one of the assistant coaches on the Toronto Raptors, Adrian Griffin, who is a coach that has been making a lot of noise in the coaching world because he's been really, a lot of people are thinking he might get a job. Also, former Seton Hall player. A little bit of a fun fact there. But I think there are some things that he has to work on in his game, as well as the fact that he has had some injuries in his career that could be bad. But I think he is a very good player and very good potential to be an elite 3-and-D player in this league.
Yeah, AJ Griffin, he started off the draft season as sort of being a very being seen as a high ceiling player, someone who could be an offensive weapon. He had all the measurables. He looked the part, but as the season went on, his stock kind of fell, and after the tournament, I think is when people started to key in on his defensive questions, his athletic questions, the limitations on that end of the floor. And now we see him here at pick 11, where previously I think, maybe he was a top 5 consideration. But for the Sacramento Kings, they are, they are a team that needs shooting, just like every other team in the league. So now that they have traded one of their perimeter creators in Cole Anthony, maybe now this is a spot where AJ Griffin can sort of succeed. You got Malcolm Brogdon in the front court, and he's high assist totals every year, I'm pretty sure. So for their team, I think he's a good fit, and it's just how much is he developed? He's very young. I think he is one of the youngest players in the draft.
Yes.
So there's a lot of room to grow. So we'll see what is going to happen with his injuries, what's going to happen with his speed and his ability to stay on the floor. So I think it's definitely going to be an interesting pick, and I think for a team with 2 first-round draft picks, it's a good risk to take.
No, I agree. I think it's although they're saying that they are trying to flip AJ for more picks to further make his draft addiction even bigger. I don't know if that's a joke or not, but I think Griffin's good. He's very good ball handling for his size at 6'6" and for a small forward in that aspect. And again, there are definitely some things he has to improve on. He was a bit inconsistent at Duke last year. There were some games where he would score about 20 points. Then there were also games like that last UNC game where he went 1 for 7 from the field. I think he went and he only scored 6 points in that game, if I recall correctly, and just played terribly. So I think that's going to be the interesting part of that game, is if he can become more consistent.
And here we're going to move on. Draft board, the number 12 pick is going to Cleveland. So right now, we can see who's off the board. And Cleveland is going to have... I think we're now stepping into late lottery territory. It's not really easy to see...
This is where the draft gets hard.
Yeah.
This is where you can see anybody go anywhere. And I mean, I was scouting this area as we have the 15th pick. And it was hard. You kind of... There are going to be some aspects here, and I think people are going to say that there are going to be a few players that they might reach on. But I think now it's really just who do you like the most? Who do you think is going to be that great player? I think there are some players that haven't still gotten drafted that people would like to draft. Jeremy Sochan is one that might be drafted. Ousmane Dieng as well. But I think it's certainly going to be an interesting couple of picks now to see what happens. Ochai Agbaji, Mark Williams, Tari Eason. But yeah, certainly going to be interesting.
Yeah, and the big guy on the board that I think a lot of people have mocked to the Cavaliers is Jeremy Sochan after their selection of Herbert Jones last year. Sort of kind of get an Isaac Okoro in 2020, I think.
Yeah.
That's sort of the kind of player that Killer values, these defensive guys that can build a little something more around his game. And now that he has 2 first-round draft picks, that's the direction to go. I think Sohan's stock has fallen a little bit among like the
I don't know. I feel like it's
draft
just. I
viewer.
feel like it's just been where it is the entire time. I don't think it's necessarily like dropped. Do we have Killer here to do a little bit of an interview after this pick?
Well, Killer is where he wants to be, so that's on the show, and sometimes it's. But I've never. Sometimes I understand his draft philosophy. Sometimes it eludes me. Oh, hey, we have a sub to the Twitch channel. To Lance. The sub.
Hey.
Write the name on the whiteboard. Well, we have some time. He likes to take a.
I guess so. Well, I think the question now is, who do you think who have been the best picks so far, and who have been the worst? What do you think?
Honestly, I'm a fan of Johnny Davis. If you want me to be honest, I think he's a really great player, and if I had kept my pick at 5, he would have been a serious consideration for me there.
Interesting.
I just think I value 2A players personally, and he seems like the best 2A player in terms of the offensive creation he can make. And there's a lot of prospects I see with big question marks defensively, and I think Johnny Davis doesn't have those. So I like to be secure, and I like to like who I'm taking and not feel nervous about it. So I think when I if I were to select someone like Johnny Davis, I wouldn't really feel nervous about it, and that's where I would sit with that. So I definitely like that pick for Sacramento, and I think they caught some flack for not taking him at 11, that he was going to taken at 10 or something. So
I do think they could have probably gotten him at 11, but I understand the Kings really liked Johnny Davis. They had him as as their guy basically all year. So I understand why they were drafting him there. They didn't really want him to go, which I completely understand. Maybe they did reach a little bit, as people are saying, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think, in my opinion, the pick that I liked the most was Bennett Mathurin at 10. I was talking about that. I think he's amazing, and the fact that he fell to 10 is just, I think that's crazy. And I don't know. I don't particularly love the 6th pick with Dyson Daniels. I'm going to be honest. I don't know that much about Dyson Daniels compared to everybody else. I watch my college tape. I don't necessarily watch my G League tape for the most part. But from what I have seen, I don't feel comfortable drafting him at 6, and this is coming from me not knowing as much. So I fully admit the fact that I'm not as knowledgeable on Dyson Daniels than others. But I feel like with the fit in Philly and the team that's already there, I don't know how it's going to work necessarily.
Well, let's look a little deeper at Philadelphia here. Check this out. Here on the stream you can see, but I have the their roster sheet pulled up. And they have, Ben Simmons, who they have notoriously refused to trade. And they recently traded for Norman Powell. They have Miles Bridges. And their biggest young prospect asset, Josh Giddey, who has probably undeservedly got on the all-rookie second team, probably first team.
I agree. It is their first team. Yeah. But I think, it's seriously going to be interesting this year to see how Ben Simmons plays. I mean, we haven't really seen Ben Simmons all year, right? And Ben Simmons, I think people give him a little bit too much give him a little bit too much hate. When he's playing, he's still one of the top defenders in the league, right? He's an elite defender. Again, he can't shoot, but I still think he's very good. And if you play him at power forward, I think he's very much capable. And I think if he were to play this year for Brooklyn IRL, it's certainly going to be interesting if he is going to be able to improve his rating in the game. But
Yeah,
also,
How does Ben Simmons play off the ball though?
yeah, that's. I mean, you have to kind of use him as a. You have to use him as like as a power forward who also brings up the ball. Like I don't know, like a Draymond Green-esque player potentially.
Draymond Green won the championship, so
That is true.
yeah, and they definitely have someone as good as Steph Curry too. So, but for Ben Simmons, I think right now they don't really have someone to take the ball. You know, like Josh Giddey is right now in Oklahoma. He's playing off ball.
Yeah, he's not. He hasn't gotten that primary guard yet. I think they're developing that game, but I don't think as of yet he's ready to take off that primary point guard position.
You know, and I think part of the reason that they haven't traded Ben Simmons is because they don't have someone to replace him. They don't have a point guard that can go in there and run the offense and has the same skill passing. So I mean, for them to keep Ben Simmons, I think fine until they find someone else. And in the draft, maybe Dyson Daniels grows up to be that lead guard. But right now, I don't think that's his projection. I think more he's like an off guard with a lot of secondary playmaking, a lot of ability on the defense.
I don't see him getting to that point ever, to be honest. And I will. That's gonna be mad that I'm gonna end up regretting later on. But I don't see him getting to that point at all during his NBA career.
I mean, he has an interesting cerebral mind, and he can pass the ball, and he can rack up some assists. But in terms of running the offense, the bar for that at the NBA is very, very high. You look at the starting point guards now. There isn't one that can't shoot the three. I think maybe one, but I'm forgetting now. You know, before we had Ricky Rubio, now he's in a bench role. And before we had Derrick Rose, now he's in a bench role. So
Rose can still kind of shoot the three.
Yeah, you know, kind of, but you know, not so reliably. Even when he was good, not so much. So, the league is going in a place where if you're the lead guard and you're running the offense and you're the lead ball handler, you need to be able to shoot the three off the dribble. You need to be able to run the pick and roll, and you need to be able to get downhill and get past your defender, break down defenses. So right now, Dyson Daniels has a lot to develop. He has the passing necessary for him to make plays, but you know the shot isn't there, and he's very floater reliant. And as a finisher, he's crafty, but he doesn't have the athleticism to get past. And I think that's why people are valuing prospects like Jaden Ivey now. He has big.
He has athleticism,
big ability to get past his defender. To the point where people are wondering, when you're that good athletically, what does the defense do? Like, how do they guard you? So maybe he can impose his will on that end, but from my perspective, it's a big ask for anybody.
I agree.
And here we're still waiting for.
My God, we're still waiting for Killer?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, maybe fell asleep.
Killer, wake up.
It's okay. He has a lot of time. In terms of our schedule, Killer has 40 minutes. 50 minutes, I guess, until pick move.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we did say this was the hard part of the draft.
This is definitely the hard part of the draft. So I think
a lot.
You either have to think a lot, or in the terms of like our teams. Like we know who we're drafting. We've known who we're drafting. I'm not gonna say, of course. But it's really, really just a matter of the fact that you have to know who you're drafting here, and some teams don't know who they're drafting, I would say.
Okay, well, let's turn our heads to the NBA Draft.net consensus mock to see the likeliest person to be selected at number 12. And BPA here is actually, wow, we've taken all the top 11 prospects in the NBA Draft.net consensus mock. A little different order, but all the top 11 is gone. So their number 12 is Jeremy Sohan. that could be the pick, definitely.
I think that's probably the pick. We were talking about that earlier. Considering what Killer likes, I feel like Jeremy Sohan might be the pick here. He was very good at He was. I don't know if he was very good at Baylor, but I mean he fit that system well, and Baylor did have a bunch of players kind of at that role last year that he was playing on. So he was kind of congested with some time with some of the team that he was playing against, or some of the players on that team. But I don't know. It's certainly going to be interesting to see who Killer drafts here, and I think Sohan would fit what they want to do the most, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have an all-star. They have Darius Garland. They have Clint Capella, very capable center. They traded for someone. Who is there?
Oh, they traded for
Halliburton. Okay, Halliburton.
Yeah.
So they have Halliburton.
That's what's going to be interesting. I am very interested to see what happens there with that team, because I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to play a 3-headed backcourt of Halliburton, Garland, and what's his name? Maxey?
You can. I played Halliburton at the 3 during my pretty much all of last season. Once his overall got to be pretty high.
How do you play at the 3?
He was shooting guard primarily.
I mean, he's not small. Like, he has point guard skills, but he's shooting guard sized. Like, he's wing sized. So I don't think it's any issue.
I mean, drafting someone like Sohan here would actually be very nice, because you kind of do need a wing. They had a bunch of wings. Kuminga, the cum bucket, is still good.
Bro,
He's
what?
Still
Wait,
good.
what'd you say?
The cum bucket.
Okay, all right, move on.
I
didn't put the mature content advisory on the stream.
But I think Kuminga's still good, but you could use another center here. I mean, another wing here. Maybe they might also need a center, and I think that's why they might go someone like Mark Williams here potentially, who I like a lot. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think Sohan and Capella, Sohan and Mark Williams are just the 2 players you go with here.
I've been thinking for a while that Sohan is like Sohan to the Cavaliers seems like the most obvious fit of, I guess, the style of the front office's previous selections and the player, because they took Okoro 2 years ago, which obviously not a lot of offensive upside. I think Sohan has a lot more upside offensively, but still similar archetype. I think, and they took Kuminga last year, who obviously very raw, very athletic, a little more offensively minded than Sohan is himself. But I just think Sohan, who obviously didn't produce a bunch at the college level, is a guy that I could definitely see being a killer type of guy. But
it would be a perfect killer pick.
And I think it fits too, because I think front court is where they are most in need of just additional guys. But this is a really deep team, so I think best BPA is the obvious strategy here.
I thought they made a lot of trades with their depth. Are they still?
Well, they did. They made a lot of trades. Like, they traded a lot of their they traded a lot of their wing players, but they still have some good depth here. They have players like, I mean, Herbert Jones is a decent depth option, not like amazing. Larry Nance is, again, a decent option, as well as they're going to have some cap space because Patrick Beverley and Robert Covington are both heading to free agency this year, so they might be able to get that wing, that depth better. But I think it's certainly going to be interesting to see what they do here. And again, I think best player available. But Fella is talking about how we haven't mentioned Tari Eason yet, and I do like Tari Eason. I just don't think that Tari Eason is a player that's going to be drafted here at at 12.
Yeah, you know what? Tari Eason is mocked 16 on NBADraft.net, so I think there's no chance.
I like Tari Eason a lot. He kind of came out of nowhere. He was not on my radar at all going into this year, and I remember just like going onto a draft board one day in like December, and I was like, who the hell is Tari Eason? I had no idea who he was, so I started doing some scouting, and I was like, oh wow, he's actually very, very good. Really good defensive player. His steal percentage is crazy. His NBA 3-pointer is good. His defensive his defensive abilities are really, really good. I think he has to improve on his turnovers a little bit, but he's a freak. 6'8", 7'2" wingspan. I think whoever gets him will be happy at where they get him.
Well, Tari Eason, he's had those questions as far as feel, basketball IQ that's going forward. I think in his workouts, the reports were, selling like a little versus the shoot. The athleticism is really great for him because it allows him to be very versatile. But with the steal percentage, I'll say that Matisse Thybulle, he came out of college, bonkers steal percentage, and he's come into the league and not really shown that much. I mean, he's made I think all defensive team, but really, I think if you were to ask Philly fans, kind of like not so useful on the offensive or defensively. His gambling has led to a little much, and we see now that as much as I do love the statistical impact that Tari Eason makes, also but on the fouling side of things, that's very
he's fouled out of 6 games last year, if I recall correctly.
That's
you don't want to you don't really like a player who fouls out of 6 games. But I mean, again, you have I think you don't see many people fouling out in the NBA as much. I feel they learn, they grow, and they start to foul out a lot less in the NBA. I think he does. There are some times though when he gets out of control. When I watched him a few times, but I don't know. He's certainly a good player, and I don't think anybody. But I don't really see him going here.
Well, it gives me pause, and I think if you do believe in him and you see something, then I wanted to pick him at 12. I don't think people would brag on you for it.
Not at all.
But I definitely could even see him dropping though, just because the general sentiment, of a sophomore coming off the bench, LMU. Maybe less minutes because of his fouling, and how that's going to translate. Just because the big sorry, got a but the big offensive thing is that I lost it. I got a DM in the middle of what I was saying. I couldn't. But yeah, listen. Tari Eason, I love the LSU jersey, so he looks good in it.
I love the LSU jersey. I mean, there are some character. I feel like there's some character. Actually, no, there's not even character concerns. He did transfer to LSU from Cincinnati. Now, I was going to say there might be some character concerns with that, but you have to think about the fact that Tari Eason, and that if you know anything about Cincinnati basketball the last few years, you would know how bad of a program that has been. So Tari Eason transferring and then becoming very, very good at LSU last year was great. I think the feel for the game factor that you were saying is definitely something that has been thought of, but he has had some really good performances. That performance against Arkansas, in which he scored 24 points and 7 rebounds, was a really good game, as well as that game against Alabama where he scored 26 and 10. Which was honestly probably his best game all season against some good teams. So that it's certainly going to be interesting to see how Tari Eason develops that game into the NBA. I've been seeing that some people are saying that he's more of a player for the college, not really for the NBA. But I think he certainly has some aspects that he's going to put into the NBA, and he's a freak athletically. But I think it's. Do we just recap the trade? Let's just recap the draft right now, because Killer has still decided that he does not want to pick.
He's watching highlights right now. I feel it. He's in his.
No, he's definitely doing it.
He's wondering, man. He doesn't know. He doesn't know who to pick.
But let's recap this draft right now. We have the number 1 pick, Jabari Smith Jr. out of Auburn University. Great pick. Who do you think, if you have to compare anybody, any like player right now in the NBA to Jabari Smith, who would you compare him to?
Right now,
or former player, like anybody.
I sort of see maybe like not so much the rim protection because he lacks the size, but a Jaren Jackson type in terms of, I think the shooting volume is very similar, and otherwise, the big sharpshooters that are out there right now, I don't think any of them are so great at so one-dimensional with it. I don't mean to say it as a bad thing, but just like a lot of Jabari Smith's shots are jump shots. He just makes jump shots all the time. So I mean, he's very good at it, but there's not a lot of variety. In transition, maybe a little bit, sometimes some flashes, but like in the half court, he's very limited. So I don't know. So it's just like right now that type of archetype in the NBA is not very present.
I watched a lot of Jabari Smith last year because I would be watching Auburn, and I think my comparison to him is Sandro Mamukelashvili. No, okay. Sorry, I had to do that. No, I think he's certainly an interesting player in his game, and I think the biggest concern with me, if you watched Auburn at all last year, there were some times where they were playing. I honestly think they were probably the most talented team in college basketball last year. Maybe Gonzaga as well, but I think they were honestly, and they were number 1 for a decent amount of that year. But what you saw, if you would watch Auburn throughout the years, they would just choke games. There were sometimes towards that like later aspect of the game, or just in the game in general, where they're just playing teams they should be beating by so much more, right? Playing teams that it shouldn't even be a question. With the talent that Auburn had, they should not be losing these games. And they were playing some of these games, and you were really looking at them back, and you were like, "There's no way." How are they choking this game? How are they losing here? There should be no reason that they are going to lose this game, and they would do it. They would find a way. I mean, that Miami game in the NCAA tournament. Miami's a good team. Miami shouldn't have been a 10 seed, but I'm sorry, they should not be losing. They should not be losing. What did they lose? I think they lost. Yeah, they lost by like 20. It was like 79-61 or something like that. I don't remember the full score, but it's crazy. There were games like that. You also had. I remember they lost to, or they didn't. Did they lose to Georgia? No, right. They just barely beat Georgia, and Georgia sucks. For context, I mean they lost to Florida. They lost to Texas A&M. There were times where you would see Jabari Smith would just go completely silent. You wouldn't even see Jabari Smith play at like it didn't seem like he was a player at all in those aspects. I think Jabari Smith just has to gain that consistency factor back into his game. But I don't know. I think he's a very, very good player, and there were times where you watch him and you're like, damn. Especially, I was watching some games, and they ended up losing this game against Arkansas. But he just puts up he heaved up a 3, and I was like, "There's no way that should go in," especially with someone who's 6'10", and he puts up that 3, and it's just like, damn, he put that in. That's insane. And I think that's the thing with Jabari Smith that you're going to get from him. You're going to get a player who is going to be able to put up those shots. They're going to be like. A player at that size should not be able to make that 3, to make that shot, and he'll be able to do it. But I don't know. I do like Jabari Smith. And then second pick was Chet Holmgren from the University of Gonzaga. And what do you think of that pick?
Chet's number 1 on my board, and like I said, he's very skilled. What's the team? San Antonio. They'll probably trade him because they're bastards, man. So whatever. I would like to see them pick Banchero because just that they had the center log jam with Bobby Portis and Jacopoto last year. I think adding Chet into that is a bit strange, but they're probably gonna play him at the 4. But I don't know. For me personally, I feel like his natural position is the 5. Right now at his stage,
I completely agree.
I just think that 4s in the NBA are too mobile. They're too fast and they're strong. And Chet Holmgren, I mean, he's a great defensive player.
Chet is
not
more
strong.
mobile than people say he is. Chet is definitely more mobile than people to give him credit for. He is definitely not strong though. And that's the thing that people think. And with things like that you have the Porzingis trade, the Porzingis fact I was saying earlier. You have the fact that Porzingis is in my opinion, should be a 5, but since he's not strong enough to play 5, he plays 4. And then that's why people are saying that Chet should be the 4, but I think he should be a 5. I think he has those tools, and you'll see sometimes he's just bigger than everybody else. He's just taller than everybody that he plays against, and there are times you'll be like, I don't think he should be able to play against this guy, and he'll get bodied, but at the same time he'll just be able to block that person because he's just tall. He's just big. That's the thing about Chet Holmgren. And that final game against Arkansas was a bit. It was definitely annoying if you watched it, where he fouled out. I think he shouldn't have fouled out. I think the refs were a bit bad in that game personally. But you saw when he was playing and he got into foul trouble early, which is why he was not able to go in his full self. But he was very good in those moments against teams in general. I don't even know what to talk about anymore. We are waiting for Killer to just make his pick. And he can hear us. He can hear us. Make your pick. Make your pick, Killer. For God's sakes. Can't do this anymore.
It's okay. I don't know. It doesn't. When has Killer ever drafted a good player?
Can we just slander Killer for the entire time before he makes a pick? Can we just do that? I think it's now just time for Killer slander here. Killer does not make good selections. He takes way too long to draft. Bull 10th. Great job by Mike there bringing that up. Bull 10th. Can we let's just talk about that for a second. What do you think, Cheppy? Bull at 10?
I would have taken him 9, so I can't talk.
You would have taken him 9.
Hey, I got something about Killer here.
Oh, thank you, Chuck.
You guys let me know if you agree with this. I've shared this with a few people in the league, but I personally believe that Killer might be the smartest person in the league and yet the stupidest at the same time.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. I can totally get behind that here.
It's like a little boy genius, but
yeah,
he's just kind of silly. Silly might be.
I mean, can the man just draft? I'll draft for him.
Dude, what if he's away from his computer and he's gonna come back and he has 25 notifications?
He's not away from his computer. I can guarantee that.
What? Are you in his house?
No, I'm literally messaging him.
Wait, dude, just make the trade, bro. Put in the second rounder. Like,
is he shopping that big? Like, what is he doing here?
He's trying to make a trade. If he's DMing CFs, that means he's trying to make a trade.
Cade isn't that good. Just put him in the trade and make it done. All right.
Just put Cade.
You're holding us all up just because you won't trade Cade.
we just need him to draft, man. He's already a playoff team. Just draft him, like Sohan or something, or trade or do something for God's sakes.
Hey, that's so funny. There was someone in my personal life that sounded like Kyle, and I couldn't say anything because they didn't know who Kyle was. Yeah, I don't know why I brought that up. But...
Maybe it's a common voice.
No. What?
I had a friend who may have been the most generic looking white male that I've ever known, just because when I'd be somewhere with him and like he'd go off and I'd be like looking for him to come back, I'd see 5 or 6 guys that just had that same exact look. It was the side part, thick black glasses, a little heavy set, just kind of a nerdy type vibe. But it was just such a generic look. Feels like you run into those guys everywhere. So maybe it's similar with that voice.
I haven't heard. I don't remember Kyle's voice, to be honest. So I can't like speak on behalf of Kyle. I just, you know what, I can speak on behalf of Killer to make his selection. Can he just draft?
What are the Pistons? 17? Dude, this guy is so addicted to trade downs. I can't believe it. This is like 2020 when he traded down from 4 to like 14. And he picked up like 3 extra first rounders.
He's literally asking for an arm and a leg to move up, or for me to move up. So
Yeah.
he's trying to fleece another team.
Such a bastard.
Why can't this man?
What did I say, guys? I said this. I said this first. Him and Nelson. Literal. Whatever.
What?
Continue.
Hey, Nelson was quick with his pick though, which
Yeah, at
surprised.
least Nelson.
Yeah,
it's just 'cause
like,
he plans
yeah.
ahead. He plans ahead, bro. He's already in the DMs. 2 weeks before. So.
What are some prospects you guys think have not been drafted yet that you guys like?
I can't say.
Valid.
We can't say.
I can't. We can't say either.
Just
Cheppy,
name.
you can't either.
No, Cheppy can't say either. Cheppy's got 16.
I got 19.
You got 19, right.
I'll name some late second rounders.
I can name some late second rounders. I can do that.
There's who? Peyton Watson went to UCLA.
I like Justin Lewis out of Marquette.
No,
I don't like Caleb Houston out of Michigan.
bro.
I think he should have stayed another year.
Yeah.
Cheppy, you might need to play the video in
Yeah,
on
let's see
spot.
this video.
Johnny Juzang.
This video is 6 years old, by the way, for all you viewers. 6 years old.
On strike. Oh my god.
I don't even remember what this was for. I think it was something to do with getting the rosters updated, though. He was
The NBN is shutting down until Killer decides to select somebody. We are all on strike. In other news, I have just received my lunch. So that's a thing. And what did you guys eat today?
Boiled eggs.
Nice. Anyone else like to share their what they ate?
Sliced bread.
I got Wendy's.
What's Wendy's?
I got spicy nuggets.
Oh
What, you don't like the spicy nuggets?
no, you missed the Wendy's nuts joke.
Oh yeah, no, hey, it's I'm trying to be PG. You know, it's draft time.
Okay, coon bucket.
He said cum bucket.
Yeah, I censor myself though. I'm not a savage.
What? That's his nickname.
Killer Dog 7, January 2nd, 2019. Who's My Rivals? Buff City Blue. Grammar and Bedtime. Fire emoji 22. Reaction. Can't read this. Wait, this is not family friendly. This document is not family friendly at all. Wow. Johnny B. March 7th, 2018. Does anyone have any goatee growing tips? Hey man, May 21st, 2018. Johnny, you're probably as wide as one butt cheek. I told my. Oh shoot! I forgot about this. This K guy. I think he was like Memphis GM or something. Someone texted him some crap. Holy, I forgot. I remember that. Holy crap! I think he did die. I think this person that texted him killed him. That's why he left the league. Hey man, September 28, 2017. Oofed. I ain't looking for no fancy booty. I need me some dirty hoe dat slobber and scream and freak and shit. 4 eyes.
Would you guys agree right now, or would you guys be laughing right now if Cleveland just traded a pick, but it's not for pick 12?
No way. No way did they do.
It'd be pretty funny.
Well, just saying.
God damn it.
Whatever. Johnny B. August 5th, 2018. That patting his children now. Yeah, musical did ban, like actually. let's move on.
Is it Miles Powell time?
Yeah, we're getting close.
We got the pick in. Just get ready, guys.
Get ready.
Uh-oh. We can finally talk about something other than like anything else that we're talking about right now. 'Cause I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Nothing. I see that these slides are in, so I will hand it over to the commissioner at this time to announce the number 12 pick.
With the 12th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Jeremy Sohan from Baylor.
Well, we already gave all of our insight on Cleveland drafting Jeremy Sohan.
Well, here's what I'll say about Cleveland. Let's just slander Jeremy Sohan. Bro, this guy, when he got eliminated, he couldn't shoot, he couldn't make any offense. He just like stood there and he let his team down, and they lost to I forgot who it was, but some bum team that wasn't like a whatever seed. So
he's certainly interesting. I think he has some offensive potential, but at the same time, there's a very big floor. They got eliminated by UNC, and again in a game in which Baylor came all the way back, if I recall correctly, against UNC. They were down by a lot, came all the way back to force overtime, if I recall correctly, and then decided to just choke in overtime and play just absolutely terrible basketball, which is what they did. They lost. They were down by at most 22 at one point, came all the way back to force overtime, and then just, you would think they have all this momentum here, but then no, they're just going to choke completely. Jeremy Sohan did not even start that game. Played 34 minutes and scored 15 points in that game, but I don't know. He's just not. I don't know. There are some concerns about him being a good, we've talked about Jeremy Sohan going to Cleveland already because we were taking so long for Killer to draft. Killer, would you like to maybe talk about why it took you so long, or is he just still going to ignore us?
He's never here, bro. He was in the bathroom.
Yo, I'll tell you in a bit.
Why in a bit?
In a bit. Killer just, god damn it.
Well, we do give the timer, right? We give some opportunity for teams to, if they're not there right away with their on draft night, give them some time. So if you use the time, that's your right. That inevitably will get clowned. And we have the 13th pick in, so I will hand it off to the commissioner.
With the 13th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Mark Williams from Duke.
Mark Williams, big measurables for a center out of Duke. Second prospect selected from Duke in this draft, third, selected from Duke in this draft so far. And maybe he's the one with the highest floor. Definitely he has been getting some attention, especially since the combine when he measured with like a 7'7" wingspan or something.
Yeah, it was insane. Yeah.
Yeah, so he definitely has a lot going for him, and his stock has given him a lottery consideration. Here he is.
So the Bulls drafted Jalen Duren with the 9th pick. Was it the 9th pick or the 8th pick? Wherever Duren went earlier, it was the 8th pick. I think Mark Williams is better in terms of his game. There were times when I would watch Mark Williams play at Duke, and I honestly thought he was better than Paolo Banchero at times. And that's because I'm lower on Banchero than others. I have him I had him firmly third. But Mark Williams is a very good player. His defense his blocks. Oh my God! You look at some of those defensive abilities there. 7'2". I mean, 7'2" and strong. It's not like he's 7'2" and like scrawny. He is a strong 7'2". So I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens and just where he fits in that Dallas Maverick system. I think he's a very good player, though. And I don't really think he's like a big floor, per se. I think he's just a player that has a... I don't think he has a high ceiling, though. I think he's firmly in a... just a very simple... like I don't even know what I'm talking about. He's in a place where I don't think he's going to grow as much, but I don't think he's going to like be very bad at the same time. I feel like he's going to be just firmly a very solid player in the NBA and the NBN.
Yeah,
he's definitely an upgrade over Hassan Whiteside.
I mean, as far as center prospects go, you know, it was him and Jaren were there in the lottery conversation, and you know, I mean, for as far as Dallas goes, I know that what was communicated to me before the draft is that this is sort of their player, kind of guy that they like, the kind of guy they want to bring in. And ever since they traded Boban, you know, the idea of a freak of nature, I think they've had that hole they needed to fill. So there's Mark Williams, and I think it's a good selection for them.
I agree. I tend to agree. Now it's time for Killer once again.
Yeah, we have a trade to announce on the show, so here it is, and I'll hand it over to the commissioner.
All right, trade number 21. The Celtics received picks 20, 33, and 46, while the Cavaliers get pick 14 and are back on the clock.
All right, now the question becomes, who does Killer select here? There are still some pretty good players. I think the clear selection here, in my opinion, would be go to Ousmane Dieng. Would be a very good selection here.
Dieng, yeah, well, has been mocked lottery, late team. So as an Australian guard, he'd be the second international prospect selected so far, right? No, first international prospect selected. Second from Australia, and well, he's not Australian.
No. Ousmane Dieng's from France.
He's French, but he played whatever.
Yeah, he did play in the NBL. So
yeah,
and so which is not Australian. That's New Zealand.
But he played in Australia. That's the Australian. But yeah.
Oh right. Yeah. But I mean, Dieng has a lot of has a lot of potential, and I feel like that's kind of what. I mean, if they have so many selections in this draft, and they're already going to select, and they already had a pretty decent team for the most part, going with a project with someone like Dieng could be a pretty decent selection. I know some people are really, really high on Dieng. I'm like fine. I think I have him at like around this range. He has a lot of upside. 6'10", and his playmaking abilities are really, really good. He certainly has to improve his 3-point shot. He cannot shoot at all, really. Averaging, I think it was like 20% from 3 in the NBL last year, which is just not what you want to see at all. So if I'm Killer here, I probably draft. Ousmane Dieng.
Well, here we have a chance to see what Killer picked. The pick is in, so let me hand it over to the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Malachi Branham from the Ohio State.
Yes. Okay. I'm happy now. Malachi Branham, pretty decent player. He has some very high offense. Sorry, I'm. That means that we get who we want to get now. So I am. Yeah, I mean, I think he's not as good as people are big as here. I would personally select Dion over him, but he has some good offensive on-ball defense abilities. His perimeter shooting is good, but I think is our pick already in, Shug?
Nope, you got a minute or two.
You got a minute? Okay. He's a player. Nobody was really expecting this guy to be a one and done player. I mean, coming into this season, not many people were really expecting much out of him. They were expecting maybe some decent minutes at Ohio State, but he really shot up some draft boards, becoming a really, really good 3-point shooter, shooting 42% at college. And he was a good player alongside of with EJ Liddell, who will get drafted a little bit later on in this draft, I think. But he's a good post scorer for his position. I think he needs to improve his playmaking a little bit. But I think it's a pretty decent player, a pretty decent pick. And I think he'll be a pretty good fit for the Cavaliers system.
Yeah, I mean, Malachi Branham, prolific mid-range shooter. Defensively, very much a work in progress. But as a freshman, 19, he's very young. And, this is his breakout. So I think for him to go in the lottery, it's very, very good for him. And, this is kind of around the mock range for him. So that's where he's at right now. You're wondering how far he can extend his range out to 3. He was more of a catch and shooter in college, and if he can really expand his scoring game to make it work in the NBA, because any transition, even if you're even if you're Kevin Durant or whatever in college, in the NBA it's a transition. So for Malachi Branham, as talented as he is scoring the ball, he has a lot of work to do to make that his calling card in the NBA. And there have been prospects that have been very offensively talented, Cameron Thomas last year, that have not gotten a bunch of usage in the rookie years. So definitely when you draft Branham, you're looking at a project. You're looking at probably 3 years of development before you get like a clear role out of him. And but I think it's good for Cleveland. They have a lot of perimeter players already. A lot of guards, ton of guards. Halliburton, Maxey, Garland. So adding another one, little lottery ticket, I think it's fine.
Branham is certainly a player that's.
Wait. We have your.
Oh yeah, we have. Yeah. Okay.
So let me hand that over to the commissioner.
With the 15th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Jalen Williams from Santa Clara.
There's
Jalen Williams, the first mid-major of selected in this draft. And, he was originally, a second-round prospect? Then, he blew up. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie. It took Chuck and Jay a bit for me to convince me to draft him here. But when I got convinced, when I saw a little bit more highlights and scouted him a lot more, I was like, oh my god, he is so good. And that's really why we all decided that we wanted him the most. His wingspan is absolutely incredible. 6'5", 7'2" wingspan. He's a great passer, averaging 4.3 assists. As a small forward who can also bring up the ball, he fits our system perfectly. We need a lot of wing players. We need some wing players, as we just traded away Cam Johnson, of course. And we think, in terms of who is in this range, who's going to be able to play right away in the draft, this is who is going to be able to play. He's going to be a player that we think is going to have a lot of potential in the draft, and that's why we ultimately decided to go with Jalen Williams. And I think, that we just really like his game, and we were really happy that he was drafted here, he was to us.
Yeah, historically, I'll say people that have shown out at the combine, they can carry that success in the NBA. We had Kyle Kuzma, DiVincenzo, these kind of guys that, they showed their stuff when it counted, and they rose up draft boards, and they made themselves clear. And he dominated. He dominated at the combine.
I mean, you were looking at some of the games that he was playing, and he was playing at some of the best competition, and was honestly, in my opinion, the best player in some of those games, in some of those scrimmages and stuff. And it was crazy. I think there are some things that he needs to get better at. Honestly, the only thing really is just he's not very fast, and he gets a little bit sloppy when he comes into the rim, drives to the rim sometimes. But I mean, those are minuscule things, and I think in regards to a lot of these players that were drafted earlier, there are like actual things that are weaknesses in this game. Whereas if you look at Jalen Williams, he has that feel for the game that a lot of players in this draft just don't have. He's a really high effort defender. I think out of the players who have one of the lowest ceilings in this draft, I think it's Jalen Williams, because I think he's at his floor is just a good role player.
All right. Well, we have pick 16 in from the Los Angeles Lakers, so let me hand it off to Chuck.
With the 16th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Tari Eason from LSU.
Talking about Tari Eason a little bit earlier, and we like Tari Eason's game, and I think with him fitting in the Lakers, I think that's a pretty decent pick. I have some beef with the Lakers because they would not trade me Tyrese Halliburton, but
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, well, I think everyone in the league went through that. So I mean, they landed. I think it's a good player for the Lakers. They have 4 draft picks, so 4 first rounders. That is what it is. And for them to take a risk, I think Tari Eason's more of a riskier type prospect because of some of the question marks around him. That's why maybe he's fallen out of the lottery conversation. But here, for the Lakers that have sort of been rebuilding their team and they want to look for these high energy players, I mean, Tari Eason, he's very effective in that role.
This draft, I haven't really been mad at almost any of the picks in this draft. It became kind of a meme last year where there were a lot of picks where I was like, I'm not sure about that pick. But no, this draft, I'm actually. The only pick I'm like, I am kind of mad at is the Dyson Daniels pick at 6, but I don't think that's like a terrible pick in and of itself. This draft, there have been some good picks for the most part, and I think Tari Eason's a good pick. He fits. They kind of need some wing depth, and there are some question marks concerning players like Bogdan Bogdanovic, who's just he's been okay. Montrezl Harrell, who, if I recall correctly, just got arrested. Am I right about that?
Yeah, he caught a felony drug charge. So
yeah, felony drug charge. But I don't know. Is AK here? Does AK want to talk about why they drafted Eason?
Is he here?
He is, but I think he's probably just listening.
Well, if he wants to chime in, then he can.
If he wants to chime in, he's more than welcome to. But he says that Bubba, who's the GM of the Lakers, and them are both LSU fans, so that's why they drafted Eason. And I think that's a good pick. Eason is a very good pick, and I think there are some that you're going to be able to develop him, but I don't think the Lakers know they're not a team that's going to be able to compete. They have a lot of really nice assets. They have, like, if you look at their draft picks, it's just absolutely insane how many picks they have, and they're really just garnering more assets to become better. I think they might not necessarily tank this year, but I don't see them as really a playoff contender per se this year. So I think it's really just a matter of if they're going to build up for the future and then see what they do then there.
Yeah, I mean, as we look forward, let me pull up the draft board. We're looking forward here. We have Detroit up next. I mean, what's the fit with Detroit?
would say I don't even know if it's as fit wise. I'm just saying in general. Like I feel like Ousmane Dieng has not been taken yet, so I feel like you could go with someone like Ousmane Dieng. I'm even looking at their roster now. I mean, they do kind of need a small forward. I mean, Dylan Brooks is good at 26, but he only has 1 year left of his contract. You don't really have much wing depth. I feel like Ousmane Dieng might be a decent pick here. As alongside maybe EJ Liddell could be a pick that they might try out here. It's I don't know. There are a few players. I like Ochai Agbaji as well, but I feel like Ochai Agbaji is more of a shooting guard than a small forward, and they already have shooting guards in Cade Cunningham and Anthony Edwards. So I feel like
Ochai?
Ochai is 6'4". No, 6'5".
6'5"?
Oh. He can play he can play at wing, like that. I like Ochai Agbaji a lot. Ochai Agbaji, he's one of the oldest players in this draft at 22, but he's a knockdown shooter. Honestly, the best player for Kansas, who won the national championship last year. So I think they should go with either Agbaji or Agbaji, EJ Liddell, or Dieng here. I think would be the pick.
Yeah, all great options. I think, well, let's consult. I think I want to check in on how we're doing versus the consensus mock on NBADraft.net. We should partner with them, I think. But so far, yeah. I mean, what we're missing here is Ochai Agbaji mocked 15 on their mock. So otherwise, we're pretty in line with. I think we overdrafted Jalen Williams compared to their mock.
Yeah, no, I think we reached a little bit for him. But we
you
really
weren't gonna get him at 24. So
yeah, that's why we did it. That's why we traded up. We knew we weren't going to get him at 24. So we traded up because we wanted that, and we also. And the reason why we wanted to do that trade for the most part is the fact that like Cameron Johnson, as much as we like Cameron Johnson, and I think Cameron Johnson's a good player, he's 26. He's on the last year of his contract, and we're not going to be able to afford him next year when he wants the RFA at 17 mil. Good player, really good role player, but we thought that we were going to be able to get. We originally wanted to do a deal for Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris and the 15th pick for Cam Johnson and the 24th pick, but they were like, no, Precious Achiuwa is available, and we were like, we didn't even know that Precious Achiuwa was available, and then we were like, no, we need to do this deal now. So we're getting a player in Precious Achiuwa who still has at least 2 years of being a cheap contract, and I feel like we believe we'll have a breakout year next year. Plus, we were able to trade up to get Jalen Williams, who we really, really like. But
yeah. And you know, there were a lot of options at 15, I think. But Jalen Williams, definitely a guy we were looking at as well as someone to pick at 19. So, you know, job, I guess.
Yeah, I was debating because there was maybe about 2 or 3 days ago. I was like, I feel like we might be able to get him at 19 or around that age. So I was thinking of trading back a little bit to maybe get another player, but ultimately, we didn't do it because we realized no, he's gonna be drafted like right after that, and it seems compared to what everybody else is saying in the chat right now, we were right, and he was gonna get drafted right after us if we didn't draft him at 15.
Yeah, and I mean here we have it's a borderline lottery pick. It's the pick right after the lottery. I mean in the NBA maybe he even goes higher. I know that his stock has risen.
I think he might. I think he's gonna go. I see him going 16. I've been seeing him going to the Hawks a lot in the real life NBA, and I think that's the perfect pick for him. And I feel like that's the pick that I'm seeing. I don't really see. Maybe Cavs go for him. I don't know. I feel like the Cavs are gonna go in real life. The Cavs are gonna go for someone who's more who's more of a project type player because they already have talent. The biggest question mark about Jalen Williams is the translation between like he's a mid-major player, so is he going to be able to play against bigger competition? But I think he's done that when he played against like Gonzaga, had a really good game against Gonzaga, good games against Gonzaga, be it, and has played some good competition.
Yeah, well, definitely, I think that the competitiveness of mid-major leagues, it's sort of used as too much of a deciding factor in the effectiveness of a prospect in one way or another. Just because even if you are in a mid-major conference, you can still be a good player. Like it doesn't people want to, if they have the skills that are better than.
There have been some really good mid-major talents. I mean, Steph Curry, for instance. Even WCC players in the last few years. I mean, we're seeing Rui Hachimura has proven himself. I don't even really count Gonzaga players because it's just Gonzaga is not even a mid-major in of itself. And I think people underestimate how good the WCC is. They actually have some really, really good teams in WCC with teams like Gonzaga, of course, BYU. San Francisco is better than people give them credit for, as well as Pepperdine is actually a pretty decent team with some pretty decent talent. I think Jalen Williams, and it's certainly going to be interesting to see if he's going to be able to translate that game to the real life NBA. But I feel like I'm fairly confident that he will. Also an Arizona guy for Chuck. Chuck is an Arizona guy.
Arizona?
Yeah.
Gilbert, Arizona. The suburbs. Yeah, that's where actually I lived a few years ago, and I could have likely watched him play some high school basketball. I think the timeline would have lined up, but I did not.
No, I did see Kyle Anderson when he played at UCLA.
Well, so Kyle Anderson. Fun fact about Kyle Anderson. Kyle Anderson is from New Jersey. If I recall correct, I'm pretty sure it's from New Jersey or New York. He's from New York. And Kyle Anderson's top two schools was UCLA and Seton Hall, and he was a 5-star recruit at the time, and it was so close to go to Seton Hall and ended up going to UCLA. Good for him. Probably ended up being better that he went to UCLA, but that's my your random Seton Hall trivia with Matt during the draft.
Seton Hall is going to be good next year, man.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited. With Shaheen, it's going to be that's what we're really that's what I'm really looking forward to, is the fact that we have Shaheen Holloway as our head coach. I mean, he is the most Seton Hall. He is Seton Hall. He is like he comes in his preseason in his introductory press conference. He was like, I'm not gonna mess this up because I can't mess this up because I care about this team way too much. I mean, the transfers that were coming in next year. Kadari Richmond is someone who I think next year will be a good shout in the NBA draft, a good prospect that I think a few people will be looking at next year. Kadari Richmond is a 6'6" point guard who's young and is able to post up really well. He has to improve his shot a little bit more. His shot's a bit odd, but I think in a Shaheen Holloway system, he's really going to be able to dominate with that guard play. Because I mean, you look at how good St. Peter's played in that last year with the teams that they were playing. It was crazy with the talent that they had. They were able to play against some really good competition, and it was really just those switching and that guard play was able to make them really well. So I'm excited to see that, and I think Kadari Richmond could be someone who next year people are talking about come draft time. And now, were we still waiting?
Yeah. For
all right.
Okay.
Yes, CF, are you doing the killer?
Maybe.
Oh, god damn it.
It's just these guys, man, who think like they can be Sam Presti or something. Bro, you're not killer, man. No one's gonna do it to you.
Personally, I think it's worse if you're actually vocal on the draft show while you're on the clock.
Is what it
Discussing a few things. So
That's disrespectful.
I think it's more disrespectful if you're not talking and you're doing your, confessionals and Survivor.
Who would do that?
Oh god, I gotta do that right now.
Really? Bro, I lost my dribble yesterday. It was so... I put a damper on my hole. I couldn't sleep because of that.
I just do my challenges, and then I don't know. I'm lucky. I was blessed on the right team for the beginning. Hey, I write my confessionals. I write my confessionals on a daily basis for the most part. Kind of.
Do you?
No, I don't. That's a lie.
Okay. We have to go pull it up, but
I have written confessionals though. Yeah, that is my confessional.
Bro. Damn, you gotta
Yeah.
do your confession. Well, unlucky.
I lost my dribble.
Yeah, well. I'm in the boat along.
All right, so I still think the trade they're either going to trade back, and someone was saying trade and then trade down draft Coloco. I don't understand why people are hitting on Christian Coloco. I like Christian Coloco personally.
Coloco. Listen, all these centers, they need a differentiator. Jaren had one youth, really athletic ability, stuff like that. And Mark Williams had the measurements, and I think now when you look at the other guys, it's
They're
less...
all kind of the same. I won't lie.
Yeah.
Coloco, Walker Kessler, they're very very similar in their play styles. I think they could go. I'm not going to be mad if I actually like Walker Kessler as a prospect. I mean, I was kind of looking at it at 24, but then we don't need another center since we already have Ayton. There's no point. But there are some players. What are some players that you just don't like late first that you just like? There are some players if it's gonna get to my I don't like that pick kind of territory, it's gonna be late first because there are just some players that I'm just I don't understand why they're even here. I don't like Patrick Baldwin Jr. at all.
Oh, probably not.
I hate his game.
He just shoots.
I'm sorry. If you're going to play at Milwaukee, right? If you're going to play for Milwaukee, you better be the best player on your team in your conference, and it's not even close. If you saw him play last year at Milwaukee, because there were some times when I would every once in a while I'll be fine, they're on, Milwaukee's on. Maybe I'll watch a Milwaukee game. You would watch his game and you'd be like, why what is going on? I absolutely hated his game. I don't like him at all. I don't know why he even decided to go to the draft. I think he should have stayed another year and that's that. But I mean, he averaged 15 points per game on 26% free throw 3-point percentage. That's horrendous. For a guy who's 6'10", use your size. You didn't even do that.
Well, I'll say this.
The only positive is that he's young, and he's not even that young.
I don't know. Well, listen, with Patrick Baldwin, I mean, he took 4 open shots all season. So, I mean, kind of is what it is. I mean, it sucked, so I don't know. I mean, when you're a good player, but your team sucks, I mean, it ends up putting you down. Like when Cole Anthony was on UNC, his team was trash. His efficiency went down because his team was trash. That's just how it is. And
Bryce McGowan's in Nebraska. He was pretty efficient. He wasn't the most efficient, but he was pretty decently efficient at Nebraska. And Nebraska is horrendous. It's Nebraska.
I mean, with Bryce McGowan's, let me see.
I mean, I don't love Bryce McGowan's very much, but like he was at least like pretty like decent at like he was like decent at Nebraska. And kind of
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like I feel like he's more efficient. He's definitely more efficient than Patrick Baldwin was.
Yeah, the thing with Patrick Baldwin is also when he went to the combine and he scored like last in every athletic thing or something.
Yeah,
it's so bad. I just don't know. Like then it's like, oh well, we were hoping he would maybe be versatile as a defender, but no, it's impossible. Look, the guy can't move that guy can't move. Anyways, we have the pick 17. So let's go look at. Let me hand it over to the commissioner.
With the 17th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Ousmane Dieng from France.
Yeah, I like that pick. I was saying they should probably do that pick anyways. CF, would you like to talk on that pick?
Not really. I mean, I was basically a toss-up between a few other guys. So I just felt like Dieng had the the most upside. Just in the position I was at. I was essentially looking for a bigger guy. I didn't need a guard or anything like that. 17 was kind of the sweet spot with all the wings that were there. But yeah, I mean, I think he was the best selection at the pick we were at.
I think I agree for the most part. Cheppy, what do you think?
I think he's very, very, very raw. So
yes.
On Detroit, maybe it fits. They're after their playoff performance. They need more players that need development time. I think so. Very, very good fit there in Detroit, and I think there's a lot of potential for Ousmane Dieng. I think I had him pegged as having a pretty high ceiling, and he showed things in the second half of the season in the NBL there that were really, really encouraging as far as his outlook as a potential, NBA player. Where before he was averaging like 2 points on like 20 field goal percentage, and then he ended up averaging 9 on higher. I don't remember what it was exactly, but higher, and showed off some good skills, some self-creation, some defense, some playmaking. So he had a little bit of everything, and him being young and him playing in a competitive league. NBL is, I think, probably a really competitive league right now internationally. It's a good outlook for him. If he can do it there, I think it's higher chances of him being able to do it in the NBA.
I agree. He has to improve in his shot a lot. Again, he's a very raw player, as you were saying. I think there are definitely some things that he has to improve on, but I think he definitely has one of the highest upsides in this draft. And I'm not mad about that pick at all. I think it's probably the best pick you go with. I feel like some people think that he was. I have a friend of mine that's like thinks he's like the next best player. He was talking about he's like 7th on his draft board, and I'm like, I think that's a little bit too high, but I think he's a very capable player, and I think he's in the right fit in the actual NBA. I think he's going to be able to be a good player. I feel like he's about 2 years away from becoming a solid contributor to an NBA team or an NBN team. But I think he's a decent player in and of itself. I'm interested to see what happens. I think it's a pretty good pick by Detroit.
Yeah, great pick. And here we have outlook. Here it's 18th pick, Toronto. Now Toronto not been someone that has shied away from picking the raw type players. I think they were very disappointed that Dieng did not fall. But now, I mean, who do you see as first on the list for them?
If they want somebody who's raw and they want to do that, maybe they go with someone like Nikola Jovic.
Yeah,
that's what I think. If they're gonna go with something, you have someone like Jovic. You have Beauchamp, or however you pronounce his name. Beauchamp. Yeah. Out of the G League, he's another raw player as well. A little bit. He's a little bit older. for a raw player, but I think he still has some potential. But you could. Honestly, I feel like the best pick here is just going with somebody who is going to be proven, and that's why I think maybe the best pick here is someone that is going to be a really nice backup. Is someone like Ochai Agbaji, who I think should have gotten drafted by now.
Oh yeah, he is falling.
Ochai Agbaji has not gotten drafted yet, and I think I understand. Sorry.
No, I don't see him as a Raptors guy though.
I don't necessarily see him as a Raptors guy though, but I see once you get to a point where it's like he's kind of fallen a little bit, maybe you just do it. Maybe you just draft him.
But it depends if you thought he was a lottery talent to begin with, because I mean that's where he's been initially locked. I think now he's fallen, but I mean he's fallen just because guys in this league don't believe him and his ability to
He's older as well. I mean, he's one of the oldest players in this first round. If not, he might be the oldest player in this first round. That's projected to. Yeah, he's the oldest player projected to go in the first round. So I think that definitely adds up into it, and I think. But I don't know. I don't think it's a Toronto pick, but I still would. But I would personally, if I was in this position, draft him because of the fact that he's just fallen a little bit. But I could definitely see them going with someone like Beauchamp or Jovic, maybe even Jaden Hardy as well. And then it goes to the Knicks. Any early thoughts for you?
I can't say, but we're getting that time, so
yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, there are people that I would like to take, and this is the time where you get that final decision. Of course, there's a guy in mind, and there's multiple guys in mind. So,
who were you high on that already got drafted? Who were you high on that already got drafted in the last few picks?
Probably Yang. I was pretty high on them. I think he's gonna be good. Unfortunately, I don't think
I'm fucked.
Toronto.
Why so?
I just know Cheppy's board is not too reliable.
Oh
yeah. Well, he's a hater, man. I'm probably one of the best drafters.
Seppi, where'd you have Sohan and Branham on your board?
Sohan, probably lower. Both of them probably lower. So good hands.
That's good to hear.
Hey, you want to explain why you took 40 minutes?
Yeah. I was working on that trade with the Celtics, and
for not even that pick.
Yeah. Well, we would have taken Branham at 12 if we didn't get that pick traded.
Taking Branham at 12. Okay.
Wow.
So that's why.
Like him then, huh? Oh.
Yeah, we had Branham at Sohan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very.
What do you like about Branham?
Just offensive ability. He can score from 3, mid-range at the rim. And we know he was bad defensively, but I think he measured like 6'5" with a 6'10" wingspan, so we hope he can become passable on the defensive end.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think he was as bad as people are saying defensively. He definitely had his moments bad defensively, but I think he has the potential to become a way better defensive player because of his wingspan and shit like that.
Oh.
St. Vincent St. Mary's prospect. Funny enough.
Played there.
And Sohan, what do you think about what do you like about Sohan, Taylor?
Defensive. He's more defensive. Yeah. We think he can. People saying he can switch between 1 and 5. Obviously, offensively, he wasn't very good, but we hope he can develop an okay shot. And I think he showed some passing ability at Baylor. They didn't use him much, but when he had the chance, we liked what he showed out there.
I could get behind that. Yeah, he did. He averaged 2.5 assists per game as a 6'9" forward. So that's pretty decent passing ability in my opinion. What do you guys think?
Are you penciling in any of the guys that you picked as starters for this upcoming season?
No, we are not.
You're gonna bring Herbert
we
Jones
like-
and Sohan off the bench.
No. Herbert will probably start.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Sohan will probably come up. We're not sure, but Sohan will probably come off the bench. Garland's obviously going to start. Got to figure out whether we're going to start Garland, Halliburton, Maxey. I don't know. Maybe one of them will come off the bench. Herbert will probably start. What was that?
Probably Maxey.
Play Maxey?
No, probably you bring Maxey off the bench and you start Halliburton.
I would argue you do
Yeah,
I would argue you play Maxey and then not play Halliburton.
Halliburton's too. I mean, right now the overall there's a differential. Like Maxey is higher overall, but I think long term you're gonna want to Halliburton.
It's only, I think they're 84 and 83. It's not much of a difference.
I feel like they're both
82.
kind of the same place.
82?
No, it's 84,
Now he's
83.
84.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, he's 83?
No, Maxey's 84.
Yeah.
Halliburton 83.
And the new ratings come out in a couple months.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Well, maybe he'll get a boost. I don't know.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
they're kind of in very similar scenarios. I argue that Maxey's even in a better scenario because I mean, what is he? He's a starting point guard, right, for Philly? He starts alongside
him and Harden start. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have the fact that Philly's a better team, and 2K they like to give out higher ratings to better teams. And well, I love Tyrese Halliburton. He's one of my favorite prospects I've seen in the last few years. I was very, very high on him a few years back, and I'm happy I was right about that. But I feel like Maxey might be in a better range at the moment, better place in the moment. But we are now waiting on the pick coming from Toronto.
So, whose highlights is Chris watching right now?
What do you say?
Whose highlights is Chris watching right now? Is the pick in yet?
Oh no, it's not.
Pick is not in. I think he's watching probably. I'm gonna say Jovic. I don't know why. I just feel like he's watching Jovic highlights right now.
Feel like what was your feeling when okay, I feel like we predicted 12 and top 11 was pretty easy, I think, except
we predicted most of these picks.
I think I could have predicted 13. 14 was a little bit of I kind of wasn't expecting 14, but
yeah, I wasn't. The ones I haven't predicted were 14, 14, 13 I was kind of predicting. I didn't really pay attention as much, and I didn't predict 6.
I don't know. Lately now, I've just been getting nervous because my.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. That's how I was feeling.
Mavericks taking a center is the most predictable thing that's happened.
That's too funny.
Oh, also, Duran going 8. I was not expecting.
I mean, it's a good range for. I already knew, but that Chicago is looking at him, but I think it's. So I thought it was. I mean, top 8 is. I think it's a fine range. Probably he might go a little lower. I know he's being mocked lower now, but I mean, for Jaren, I feel like it's very flexible draft position. Personally.
I was muted.
Yeah,
I would agree. I think that, like I was saying, I kind of like Williams a little bit more than Duran, but I think they're kind of the same. And I think we were saying a little bit earlier that a lot of these center prospects are very similar. Although Duran has is younger, and that's why a lot of people are more turned on by him compared to others, the other centers.
I mean, so what is it? 18. What? Jovic. I think Ty Washington's still on the board. I mean, in terms of reaches, could we see a reach as far as early as now? Like, I think now, like, I don't know. I feel like we could be getting into that range, especially once we start getting early 20s. I think they're gonna start reaching. Last,
I think it's really this draft is interesting because it comes to the of what do you think is a reach in this draft is really what it is. I mean, there are some players that some people think is a reach, whereas others think that's a very good pick. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in that aspect.
all right, we have a trade to announce, so we will push that. I will let the commissioner.
My bad. All right. Trade number 22. The Toronto Raptors receive picks 22, 38, and 56. The Magic receive pick 18 and are on the clock.
Now here's the question: what do the Magic take? Because I feel like the Magic are a lot different than the Raptors, and I think maybe the Akbaji pick, maybe EJ Liddell potentially as well. I'm interested to see what happens here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they took Agbaji. They were the ones that took Desmond Bain at 15 2 years ago. I think they like players that have produced in college.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the motivations behind a trade up, it's like you see a guy that's falling and you want to take advantage of that, or maybe like there's a guy you think is not going to make it, so you want to be first in line. And Ochai Agbaji, he's the one who's probably been the highest mocked that has fallen so far. So I think he's definitely on the Magic radar right now.
I tend to agree. Kids saying they're getting tie, which would be kind of funny. But yeah, I think Akbaji's the guy. Your guy if you're going with anybody. But it's a matter of time here.
There's actually been a lot of movement in the first round that I didn't think there would be, especially in the lottery. But
same here.
People, kind of going around, I guess. Okay. Let's see here.
Who do you think is? Because I think the two best young players right now is Poole and Bain, right? What type of player do you think you'd want like alongside them, like a point guard or a bigger wing?
I mean, for me, I kind of want somebody who's experienced, because again, you have Poole and Bain are very good players who are experienced, so maybe add in that experience. But I think if you want to just draft somebody, I would just draft Agbaji here, or even EJ Liddell, and just get it over with here. That's what I personally believe.
Liddell? I don't know. I think Liddell is maybe a little bit of a. Oh well, here we go. 18th pick. Let me hand it over to the commissioner right now.
With the 18th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Orlando Magic select Ty Washington from Kentucky.
My God, they actually did that. Okay. I mean, Ty's he's a good defender. The offensive game is definitely a huge concern. But I don't know. People believe that this is not a draft for point guards. I tend to agree. I don't think there's like a very great point guard in this draft, other than like I don't even know. What do you think?
Yeah, he's definitely underrated. I think him falling this far is a product of his injury midseason and his reduced effectiveness since then. So for Orlando, who has Russell Westbrook, I think expiring, they're going to need someone to play point guard in the future past this season. So I think for them to draft a point guard here, it's really, really timely. And he's probably the best pure point guard in the draft.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. But then I don't know. What am I doing? Wait, maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm just getting my point guards mixed up in this draft. But I don't know. Tai, I like him. I just I don't know. I'm not huge on any of the guards of the point guards in this draft. That's what I believe.
Oh, we'll see. I think he's got strong potential, shooting, passing, pick and roll, everything, and he plays for Kentucky. So guys that out of there, they always have this second gear that is that pushes them past what draft analysts have them as. So I mean, the NBA, I think he's a contender to go in the lottery. So for the Magic to get him at 18, I think it's good.
I mean, I would have drafted Agbaji here instead, but they do need a point guard. That's definitely a thing about the Magic is if you look at their team, they don't really have a definite point guard. They have a bunch of like combo guards that can play point guard. You have the Jordan Pooles of the world you have on that team, and I think it's certainly interesting to see. And I think it's good that they went with an actual point guard because now they have someone that they can actually use, which I think is good. But now it is the Knicks pick. And Cheppy, what are you thinking for your pick here?
Well, it's a back and forth with my GM. So,
well, if I who do I like the most here for your pick with you guys with what the Knicks have? The Knicks they did make the big trades. They traded for Fred VanVleet, of course, and they traded for Anthony Davis, as well as Evan Mobley. I know you guys were looking at bigs, if I was not mistaken, from talking to RJ. But I don't know. I feel like here, the player that you would go for, considering what you guys need, would maybe be someone like I don't even know. Maybe.
What about Agbaji here?
That's what I'm thinking. I feel like Agbaji might be the player here.
I think it makes sense.
I feel like it does. Although, like, maybe even you might even reach with someone for like Kennedy Chandler, for example. Although that would be a bit of a reach because you do need a point guard. Although there are some concerns about his size. But he
guard? Fred VanVleet.
I think they're going to play Fred VanVleet at point.
Are you going to play Fred VanVleet at point guard?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then yeah, Agbaji's the pick here. Agbaji is the pick. Maybe even like someone like. No, I feel like it's Agbaji. I'm not even. That's what I'm thinking here.
You're convinced?
No, I'm pretty convinced that it's Agbaji. Jalen Hardy. Jaden Hardy might be a good pick as well, but I don't know. I'm very interested to see what they do here. I feel like the pick though is Agbaji, considering how much he's fallen.
What's Ty's real name?
I don't even know.
Tai.
Yeah. I feel like it's just Tai. Maybe. I don't know.
Tyler.
Yeah, it could be Tyler.
Yeah, that could work.
It's Tyrone.
Ah.
You guys just
should have guessed it. That was obvious, bro.
Tyrone. All right, here we go. Pick is in, so I'll hand it over to the.
With the 19th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the New York Knicks select Nikola Jovic from Serbia.
That pick, actually. I wasn't expecting you guys to do that, but I think Jovic has a lot of potential. And what do you think? You're the one who drafted him.
If you were to ask me 1 week ago, I would have said never. But my GM was very adamant about the pick, and he does have good feel. There's big defensive questions that I don't know if they're going to be answered, but there's enough there for me to say I'm okay firing my GM if he busts. So it's fine for me. It's my decision at the end of the day. So I feel like the guidance I've received here is enough for me to cash in this pick on him. And forward is sort of a position that we need a little more depth on. So I think it could work out, and he's shown something. So we'll just have to see. Not usually my type of player, but I think if I would have had my way, I probably would have drafted Dalen Terry or Marjon Beauchamp. Those probably would have been my other two options.
I can get behind that. I think I like Jovic's game. I think at 6'11", he's a really good passer for his size. The defense is definitely the concern there, but I think he's a pretty good player. But now, who is the next pick?
It's the Celtics.
The Celtics. Okay. I mean, it's just a waiting game for Agbaji, in my opinion, at this point.
Agbaji? Is it Agbaji waiting room? I don't know. I mean, for
I
someone
feel
like
it.
For someone like the Boston Celtics, they don't really need a wing. I mean, their two best players are wings. A little hard.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
You might stretch here. You might stretch. Go with like Chandler, or maybe a wing, like maybe a center like Walker Kessler. I don't even know what you would do here. EJ Liddell potentially. I don't even know. And we've reached the point.
I think Liddell's a great pick for guys here.
I like Liddell a lot. I'm higher on Liddell than most. Really good 3-point shooter. I've been able to watch him a lot because I watched a decent amount of Ohio State games last year. Great 3-point shot. His blocks for his size is actually a lot better than you would expect, averaging 2.6 blocks per game last year in college. His defense does need some work, and that's the thing. But I feel like he's a player who's improved almost every single year of his career, of his college career, and I feel like he's going to be one of the players that wants to improve and is willing to improve. And defense is something that you can teach a lot more, and he has the strength, he has stuff like that, and I feel like maybe that's a good pick.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have a lot of options. I think now we're in a deep part. After Washington got off the board, I mean, of course we still have Akbaji who's falling, but other than that, I feel like the field is wide open. There's a lot of options for Boston. Of course, they do have the wing situation, but other than that, they're not super talented in any way, and that was part of why they lost in the play-in. But I mean, the recent trade, I think they recently traded for a player, right? Olenek still. There's and Malik Beasley, Monty Morris. So never know. I think they want to look more for guys who can start than role players off the bench.
I would agree. That's why I think you go with someone like EJ Liddell or Ochai Agbaji. No, probably EJ Liddell is big because Liddell is a player that can really come in and be able to contribute right away, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough for
for Boston because ideally I think they would want to like convert this pick into like a veteran type player, but
Yeah.
it's hard because here at the draft now we know like fallen not. I mean if Ochai Agbaji is here at 20, maybe that many people aren't high on him. It's harder to trade where he's like the PA.
I guess so.
I don't know. But I mean, they probably should have. Who traded for Christian Wood? They probably should have went and gone for that. Detroit got him for 17. I think probably. Well, Detroit got a bit of a package. They got Dylan Brooks as well.
No, Portland got him.
Yeah, but Detroit traded him, so they got.
Oh yeah. Right.
So
I like that trade for both teams actually. I think Christian Wood is a player that's going to be getting a bigger role. Actually, he's getting not a bigger role, but he's going to be. I'm interested to see how he fits in Dallas next year, especially.
Wait. Oh, Christian Wood in Dallas? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he is a bit of a stranger type player.
He's capable. He's definitely capable. It's really just about making that becoming more consistent.
Here we are waiting for Boston. They are midst of pick, so on 1 second for them. After this, we have 3 first-round picks from the Los Angeles Lakers. So after their pick of Terry Easton, which I thought was very good, I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do now that here is where like mocked position I think kind of like doesn't matter because it's going to change. It's very easy for these things to change. The prospects are there's not this like big division between them. Now you're in late first to early second range. So these guys that you're picking now could go in the second round in the NBA, and that's just something you're gonna have to live with. That's something you have to be careful about. But it's all about who you like and make the best decision you can.
Completely agree. I was scouting this range extensively as a person who was maybe considering movement, was originally supposed to draft here. So there are a few prospects that I like in this area that some people don't like as much, or some people like a little bit more. I mean, one of my favorite prospects here, and especially one of Chuck's favorite prospects that we liked a lot was Wendell Moore. We liked a lot, and I think that's I think Wendell Moore is a decent option. I don't think right now, but a little bit later, towards the end of the first, is when you can maybe draft a player like that. But I don't know. This is really when it gets hard for you to draft players.
Well, Wendell Moore has that reputation, which I think gets attached to some people when you're kind of like you have certain skills, which is you're get pegged as an early second guy. So people don't really want to pick you in the first round, not even really at like pick 30. That's kind of like what I think happened to Josh Hart when he was up in the NBN.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Hart was so good in the NBA, in the NCAA. I remember how good he was. So good on that team.
Yeah, see, these players they're good coming out, and they have good resumes and everything. But they just get like when you're a little older, maybe, and you have like
you know what role that player is going to be. Yeah, you kind of because a player like Wendell Moore, for example, he's not going to be a star.
No,
I don't see Wendell Moore becoming a star. I see him becoming a very, very capable role player. And I don't really see much of a floor on a player like him, right? That's the thing about Wendell Moore, and I feel like sometimes, especially when you're one of those better teams, right? When you're one of those better teams down here, I don't think he's a pick for the Lakers, but maybe a team like the Wizards or the Nets, right? A little bit later on there, maybe that's when you maybe take that trade. You take that player is going to be able to really contribute. Might not be like a star player because you're not really taking a risk here. You just want to have a player that's going to be able to play for you and contribute.
Yeah, but I mean, there's 30 picks in the first round, but all those guys aren't going to play. They're not going to be
Yeah.
all good. So I think even if you see a guy that maybe the ceiling is a little lower, when a guy says oh, at pick 14 I have this guy and he has a star ceiling, I think there should be just as many people that are saying, oh well, this guy actually I don't think he has that much potential to be a star, and like he's probably a second round pick. So
Yeah.
so I just because it's a little more random than I think it's presented as. And I know we are getting into a common sentiment being that the draft is a crapshoot, but I don't think it's really being reflected in mocks and big boards, because consensus usually, I don't like that there is a consensus that if you draft if you draft Banchero at 9, you're like idiot. Or like if you draft Wendell Moore at 13, you're I mean, last year Josh Primo was a second rounder, and when Chicago drafted him 25 in the NBN, I thought, whoa, big reach, right? But then he went.
Yeah, I mean, you guys. I feel like everybody knows my thoughts on Josh Primo. I don't really like him particularly, but Bulls got Primo for 25, and he was drafted 12.
Yeah. And then Zaire Williams at 13, so it's or 11, I think. Yeah, so it's crazy. There's a lot of variance, and I love it when there is variance, because since we're all drafting off NBA Draft.net consensus mock, I think there's going to be a lot of surprises, and that ends up there are guys underdrafted and overdrafted. So Killer has definitely benefited last few years from people sort of falling in the draft a little bit, and then they get picked really high, and other teams as well. But that's just got a Coro right now, and there's some guys that they pick someone, if they were to pick someone that they were high on early, then but they go second round in the NBN or NBA. Later on, that second rounder has a breakout like a Herbert Jones type.
I mean, back in old NBN, before the reset, the Suns, we got Jordan Poole as an undrafted free agent. And then he went first round, the end of the first round. We were really hyped. I mean, that would have been insane now if the NBA didn't reset, so he would have had him now. Just had Jordan Poole as like alongside our backcourt. But it just happens sometimes. There are some players that that a lot of the NBN is either higher on or lower than, that the NBA scouts just love. And that kind of goes with things like interviews and stuff like that we don't really get to have. We get to, if you really scout, you can kind of find interviews online, which is kind of what the Suns did. We would look at interviews of like Jalen Williams, for example, and we were like, we actually really like his personality as well. We feel like he's going to be good in the NBA. But for a lot of teams, it's harder to do that.
Killer?
Yes.
Want to say something?
I wasn't listening to what Matt just said. What are we talking about?
No, I mean, you want to help me, Matt?
Oh, meme. Are you here?
You can't talk to him like that, all right? He needs a certain level. He's an owner, okay?
You
gotta call him
Mr. Meme.
Yeah.
Sir Meme.
Yeah. What it is. Okay. We're still waiting for Boston. He was typing in the selection channel, but he stopped typing. So I kind of got a little baited. I thought it was gonna happen a little earlier, but
Do we have a trade?
Hey, Killer, what do you think the pick's gonna be?
Agbaji. Eventually, I'm gonna be right.
Agbaji.
Eventually.
See, isn't this a pick they traded for? Didn't they trade for this?
Yes, with me.
Yeah, but whose pick was it originally? Oh, Atlanta, right?
20.
Yeah.
Atlanta. No, Atlanta got it from someone though.
No, it was their own.
Oh wait, no, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, his picks moved twice today.
Yeah. And yeah, the thing with trade for a pick, I think should have like a little more.
This was a trade down, to be fair.
Yo, Kamal, can we get some insight on the Boston pick?
I did zero scouting. I don't have any picks for like the next couple decades, thanks to Westbrook. So, as far as I'm concerned, players under 40 do not exist.
What do you mean? Thanks to Westbrook, you traded your own picks too.
I traded the picks I got. I
Yeah.
should say.
Yeah.
I can help you with
acquired picks and then
your pick
retraded them.
problem.
I inherited the team with every year was either no pick, and then the next year was a pick swap, and then the year after that, no pick, and then the next year a pick swap. So pretty much either no pick that year or pick like 25. I haven't traded any picks like 2027 and later. Like that wouldn't be after any potential Harden contract because I think that's kind of dumb and not fair.
Not fair.
I mean, what if something happens and then Harden's not there and then even in real life, you don't trade picks that are 7 years in the future because what if you're not the GM anymore? You know, like that's just kind of stupid.
Oh. I mean, I guess. Good. I'm glad you're holding out for the next generation, man. Because, yeah, it'll be tougher.
I don't know. Harden might get
Seattle,
MVP.
right?
Harden might get MVP.
No, I don't. Whenever you move on to Seattle, you want to leave the team in good hands, right?
I mean,
No,
honestly,
I already called Seattle.
Shut up, Matt.
No, bro.
I called Seattle. That was mine.
Listen.
Want me to bring out my Washington State birth certificate?
Hey, you're more than welcome to do that. But I called Seattle years ago.
Years ago? Nah, that doesn't count. No way.
Yeah, seniority. When you graduate high school, you can.
I'm a sophomore in college.
Barely.
Wait,
what?
Yeah.
Any surprising picks today? I wouldn't even know.
Dyson. Yeah. Dyson Daniels, maybe? I don't know. We were talking about that earlier. We were like nothing like too surprising.
I never know what the Sixers are doing. That last trade kind of confused me.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know when their championship window is. Like usually you want all the players to be peaking at the same age, and then they get Norman Powell, who I think is going to be great. I think his overall is going to go up. So maybe they're trying to flip him, but I feel like Norman Powell would be good for a team that's trying to win now.
Norman. Anybody ever watch that Game of Zones episode with Norman Powell?
No.
No.
Yes.
You want to reenact it for us? Get
Not
some
really.
prime content.
It was just a trade. That was just what it was. Just talking about the trade deadline. And it was like there was when Kyle Lowry and
I think we have the pick in, so I'm going to give it to the commissioner at this time.
With the 20th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Boston Celtics select Ochai Agbaji from Kansas.
There you go. Probably taken.
Yeah.
Ochai. Go for it.
No, I mean he's what, a national champion, right? I mean,
yes.
For Boston, I think it's a good veteran presence. I don't think they have another first, but they can't really afford to like take so many risks with the roster just because they have Tatum and Brown and they gotta build a team.
I tend to agree. I think Agbaji. This is something that we were looking at. That the Suns were looking at earlier. That we were potentially going to go for if Williams was taken, and we didn't trade back, of course. But I don't know. He's a very capable player, a great shooter. If you watched him at Kansas, you would see that he was just there were times when he would just get so hot and just start making shots that you wouldn't even believe in college. And I think that's the thing you're getting from him. You're getting a very capable shooter who's able to become a very good 3-and-D player, in my opinion. And yeah, I like that pick.
Yeah, and I'll agree with Meme. This guy's attractive, and I think that as a NBA player, he definitely looks like someone that could be on an all-star poster. You know, too often, I think stars right now, they're edging more towards like Michael Porter Jr. Levels of looks, and you know we need to get back to Terry Eason and Baji type.
Yeah.
So I think it's good for Boston. Good if T1G makes his like hot rankings again, then I think Boston goes up off the Baji pick. Looking forward to next pick. It's
the Lakers.
Well, we're gonna have some fun with the Lakers, I guess, rest of the draft. Kind of like Philadelphia last year after they like alternated picks with Memphis.
Oh my god, that was so funny. I forgot about that.
But after they pick Terry Eason, do you think they go for Liddell here? I think that's a little overlap.
Potentially. I think I'm high on Liddell. I think Liddell maybe should have gone 2 picks below this. But I don't know. This is where you kind of just draft who you like. You're looking at the Lakers. They need a let me look at the Lakers right now. The Lakers, they kind of do need some wing depth, to be honest. I mean, John Collins is good. Actually, no, Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy shows a lot of potential. Maybe I don't even know what you go with here. It's right. Really
well. Let's
Beauchamp
see,
could be the option.
Yeah, let's see because pick 21 is here, so I'll hand it off to.
With the 21st pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Jaden Hardy from the G League Ignite.
Okay. I like that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I've read plenty of. Do we not have highlights for him? I've read plenty. Oh no, we do. Things about Jaden Hardy from various people. The stock on him fluctuates a lot, just because
it does.
He's number 1 option in a professional league, but I mean, horribly inefficient, and he had big defensive questions. But it's just like, you know, how much you think he can improve in the NBA. You know, whether this load that he was given in the G League will translate into something bigger for him when he gets to, you know, the big league.
Yeah, it's really the biggest questions of can he become efficient in the league. He shows definite potential with some of his scoring abilities, but he wasn't efficient in that scoring, averaging 26% from 3-point. A lot of these G League players were just really bad 3-point shooters, so it's really going to be interesting to see how they develop that 3-point shot in the modern day NBA, because we all know you need to have a 3-point at this point to make it as a guard.
Yeah, as a scorer, if you're a scorer, yeah. I mean, look at guys like DeMar. His first year on the Spurs was probably pretty rough for him because he couldn't shoot the 3 yet. Now on the Bulls, and I think his last year on the Spurs, sort of stretched out a little more, able to make that more of his game, and that resulted in, you know, really, really big developments. So even if you're at that level, you need the 3-pointer, and for Jaden Hardy, it's going to be. I mean, the weird thing with the 3-pointer on the G League Ignite team is everybody couldn't shoot from 3. I don't know what happened, like something in the water or something. But Dyson Daniels out there shooting 20%, Marjan Beauchamp shooting like 26%, Jaden Hardy's low percentage, like 30 or something, and then even this guy Scoot Henderson is like 17% or something. Very, very strange.
I think the best player still available is EJ Liddell, in my opinion.
No, yeah,
I think Liddell's probably the best player that is yet to get drafted, and now we have Toronto on the board, and Toronto. We all were talking about that earlier. They don't really like to draft really experienced players, so I think they might go with somebody like maybe Beauchamp, maybe Blake Wesley out of Notre Dame might be a decent player that they draft here, as well as maybe Dalen Terry out of Arizona. Interested to see what they do here, though.
Yeah, well, here we have the next pick. So let me hand it over to.
With the 22nd pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Kendall Brown from Baylor.
Oh, yeah, that was another pick of a younger player that they were thinking of drafting that I just didn't mention because we didn't have time. Kendall Brown, he showed flashes at times. He was very efficient as a scorer, and lots of potential that he shows at they showed at Baylor last year in his freshman season. I like Kendall Brown. I actually think this is a pretty decent pick, and again, this is a very much a Toronto Raptors pick with players that are pretty much that have to show potential and are ready to work to get to the potential that they want to go. They want to get to.
No, yeah, I mean, I definitely see this guy, Kendall Brown. He's a project player. There's so many parts of his games he's to work on, but the bones are there. As far as that goes, to be able to construct a successful NBA player out of him. But it's a project. It's going to take probably 3 years. I mean, he's probably going to spend a lot of time in the G League. I feel like in the NBA, not quite as developed as you want him to be. So you want him to bank on those raw flashes that he's shown there in Baylor and sort of develop that, because Baylor was a good team last year, and then now we're going to be on Toronto. We're in the playoffs just now, and they did make some moves that offloaded some talent. Fred VanVleet left, and they're sort of realigning themselves, but he's still not projecting that big of a role in the rotation definitely right now.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it is. Again, very much a Toronto kind of pick. So I think that's what makes it important. But now we have the Lakers again. They are shopping this pick right now, it seems like. But I think if they are going to draft anybody, I feel like they should draft EJ Liddell. And I agree. I agree with Kid's board right now. The best of the consensus top 5. I think it's Liddell and then Kennedy Chandler. I'm not as high as Jake LaRavia as most, but I think I don't know. Well, we're just gonna be interested to see what happens right now.
Nobody picked him up. No question about it. One of a couple of 4-star recruits to go with.
Wait, did you say Jake LaRavia?
Yeah, Kid has Jake LaRavia as his third player in this consensus top 5 right now.
Wait, he has a top 5? Top 5. Oh,
his top 5
available. Kennedy Chandler. Okay. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Let's. Yeah, it's I think definitely possible right now. I honestly, I think this draft is less defined towards the end of the second round. Not really like what I was talking about before, but I just mean like people are much more definite on like who's a lotto pick and who's an early or who's a mid first. But I think opinions are varying a lot. Who's an early second rounder, who's a late second rounder, who's a late first rounder. So I think that's all very fluid. But there are a few guys, obviously, that they did very, very well in college, and they're a little older, so they don't get the same attention. But I think Liddell is there, Arabia is there. Probably guys like maybe Koloko. Kessler is a little different because centers are just looked at differently now in this league. But also guys like Christian Braun, I think could sense starting now.
With Kessler, you're getting the best shot blocker in this draft, in my opinion. I mean, was he Defensive Player of the Year in the NCAA last year? I think he might have been.
Yeah.
And I think that was it showed. I mean, I feel like it was very much deserved. Like his per 36 numbers in terms of blocks is absolutely insane. Per 36, he was averaging 6.4 blocks per game. That's absurd. Like that's crazy.
Definitely, and when you have an elite skill, I think as a prospect you have to leverage that, and I think they're valuing that more and more. That they want a guy that's not kind of jack of all trades, but more that he has something that can sort of be his meal ticket that he steps on, and it's like, oh well, he has this, and we can count on this. But then, if we wait like 2 years, maybe he gets a handle, maybe he develops his playmaking, his shot, and then boom, he's a starter. He's extremely valuable. So you just want to look for these little bits of potential. I think for Kessler,
I was kind of thinking I was thinking he was going to stay at Auburn for one more year. And it seemed like he was very much considering doing that. But I mean, he's a very good player. And I think he definitely has to improve. If he maybe improve on a shot a little bit, but I mean, you're a 7-1 center. It's not like you really have to improve that shot. He's gonna have he has his role as a center, and that's really his role there. Really good defensive player, as we were saying. His blocks are absolutely insane, and a pretty good rebounder as well, averaging 11.3 rebounds per 36 as well.
Yeah, I just don't see if he were to stay in school, I don't really see him developing. Like he would need to add a whole new dimension. Otherwise, there are guys that stay in school, and I mean, what if he increases his efficiency by like 5%? I mean, who cares? I mean, everybody already knows.
You got to think about who his head coach is, though, right? Bruce Pearl is one of the best head coaches in terms of developing pro players, right? Maybe staying another year would elevate his game. Is what I believe.
Oh.
I mean, it does not matter now because he's not staying.
Yeah,
but
not, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the program in Auburn so well, but all I know about Bruce Pearl is he said Jabari Smith is the best person that ever played for him. So I think that's a good endorsement. I don't know.
Bruce Pearl has developed some very, very good talent in his days. Not only at Auburn, but just in general. He's runs a very pro system, pro-ready system.
Oh, baby. See what we see here. I think that so waiting on the Lakers. I'm sure they're in the DMs right now trying to make a trade, but I've heard that the asking price is very high for their first rounders, even though they have 4 of them.
They were trying to trade it. Doesn't seem like they're going to get a trade from it, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they tried to trade 21. It didn't work out. 23. I mean, I'm sure they'll be trying their luck all the way down the list until 28, and then they still have second rounders. So, or 1 second rounder. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Excited.
What do you think of the best picks so far in this draft? You had to just say.
Right now, I'm really liking the tie at 18. I think it's a really great pick for Orlando. I think they're going to be moving on from Russell Westbrook very soon. And their young players are really promising. Poole and Bain and Tai. I really feel like he's going to come out and he's going to impress from day one. So for Orlando to have that in their back pocket, I think it is a coup. Great.
Yeah, I mean, you have Desmond Bain, who's already doing really good. I don't think many people were really expecting him to be this good in the league, especially at 23. Chuma Okeke is one of those players that I still kind of believe in. I know other people kind of lost their hope in Chuma Okeke, but he had to battle with with that bad ACL injury. But I think he's a player that still shows a little bit of potential. Grant Williams, I like as well, and you saw how good he was doing
Right, we have
this year.
a pick from the Lakers, 23. So let me hand it over to the commission.
With the 23rd pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select E.J. Liddell from The Ohio State University.
I like that pick. I was talking about how much I like E.J. Liddell, and I think this is the pick for them. I had E.J. Liddell on my board at I actually had him lower, but I if I were to change it now, I would change it to higher. And I like E.J. Liddell. I think he's a good player. 6'7", 6'11" wingspan. He's an undersized power forward, but he can defend and shoot it. Chuck said he's kind of like Draymond, although I think it's not particularly like Draymond. But yeah, I think he's good. He's a very pro ready player right now because he's older than most.
Well, there's definitely, I think the biggest question with Liddell for me is really, one, is the shot going to translate? His form is a little stranger.
Iffy, yeah.
And also, the positional transition, because in college he played like center, right? And he was 6'7", and everything went through him. He posted it up every other possession. So it was hard for. It's hard to see him doing that in the NBA. Like, they're not going to give him the ball that much. He's going to have to play off ball. He's going to have to,
He's certainly going to have to develop a new role. This is the problem with players that are very good in college, because he was one of the elite players in college basketball the last maybe 2 seasons, right? He was a very good player, and he was the best player on his team. So it's an interesting development of going from that very good player in college to having to develop that sort of role. That's why you see some of the best players, best role players, I would say, in the NBA are players that weren't really that good in college. Like, they were good players, sure, because you have to be a good player in college to make the NBA, but you weren't like a freak of nature, like best player on your team, one of the best players in the country. It's like you have players like Marcus Howard at Marquette a few years back, who was really good in college, but wasn't really able to make that game to the NBA because he's a ball dominant point guard, right? Whereas E.J. Liddell is a more ball dominant power forward who wants the ball a lot, and he's gonna have to develop that role. But I feel like he's gonna be a player that's gonna be able to develop that and contribute if he develops.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, I see a lot of what was the comparison? Grant Williams, where back then people were doubting, how he was going to be able to transition to the league. I mean, he was undersized. He had the same thing going on. I think probably Liddell played a little bit better, but still ended up going first round, and now he played a very good role on the finals team in the NBA. So, I mean, part of that was him developing the three-point shot, and Liddell has that tentatively, the three-point shot. So I think it's going to be, they're starting out in a good place with him.
Yeah.
The pick that's coming up, pick 24 for the Wizards, it's actually the pick I'm most excited about. After they made it to the finals, really want to see who they're going to bring in compliment.
I mean, they just brought in Cameron Johnson from Phoenix from us, which I think is going to be crucial in keeping Bradley Beal in free agency this year and signing him to an extension, because it is that's the big question mark, if they're going to be able to keep Bradley Beal or not. I feel like with adding a player like Cameron Johnson is nice, because then because they were starting like Royce O'Neal at forward last year, and you can't really do that. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see what they do here.
I'll say this about Royce O'Neal. I mean, he was I think a strong starter for them. I think he knocked down a lot of 3 shots.
He chucked up too many shots, though. That was the biggest issue. I mean, he was solid, sure, but you need somebody better, I would say. Because I mean, you're playing their starting lineup right now is what they're playing: John Wall first, then they're going to play Bradley Beal, then they have probably Cameron Johnson now, then Marcus Morris, I would say, and then Joel Embiid. So maybe they need some forward. They need like a forward here for more forward depth. And I would say somebody like, I don't even know who they would draft here.
Do you see them keeping Embiid if Embiid is playing just okay halfway through the season?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid. He's their best player by far. I think it's more if you're going to keep. I maybe even keep trade Beal, maybe extend Beal, and if Beal's not doing well, maybe like when they can trade Beal in December.
My understanding of that front office is that Beal is basically untouchable, but if there's a monster offer for Embiid, then they would trade him. I just don't think. I think that offer is yet to come unless Oklahoma City decides to trade all their picks or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's that could be a trade that happens. There could be also a few more things, but yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see what they do. And I feel like that could be because I don't really know much about that front office. We just dealt business with them to get Achua and now Jalen Williams, but I didn't really know much about that. So I guess I could see Joel Embiid going.
I don't know. It's hard because I want to see them. I mean, they don't win a championship without Embiid. Possible. So
it's almost like I almost wonder if they would have been better keeping Porzingis. And I like Porzingis. He was a guy that I wanted for Houston Rockets during the offseason, but Orlando didn't want to get rid of him. But I'm almost wondering, just because of how well Porzingis seems to play at center, both in Sims and in Stream, if they would have been better off keeping Porzingis. But I mean, either way, they made Eastern Conference Finals, so they did pretty well with what they had.
Yeah, I think they just need one or two more pieces is really what they need, in my opinion. And it's hard to get those pieces when you have that cap with John Wall making $47 million for one more year. So it's really hard. I feel like you give this team, you re-sign Bradley, you try and re-sign Bradley Beal. I wouldn't necessarily trade Joel Embiid this year. I would, because you maybe re-sign Joel Embiid and try again once you have more cap when John Wall's gone. That's what.
Are you confident you can re-sign Joel Embiid?
I mean, I'm not the Warrior. I'm not the Wizards. But I feel like if they were to write up a decent enough pitch and be like, hey, we have a plan, and you're part of our plan, then I would say potentially they might be able to do it. Although it is definitely a risk.
Well, Washington.
So away from the Wizards, who I feel like aren't going to make their selection until the alarm rings for whatever time they're actually going, I'm wondering, will the Raptors make the playoffs? Because they just traded Fred VanVleet. I'm assuming they're probably going to get rid of Chris Paul if they can. So without those two, going a little bit younger with Siakam, OG, will they be able to make the playoffs next year?
I think it depends on how those players develop. I mean, OG is And Pascal's not like young. Pascal's like 28, right? But I mean, OG Anunoby, people keep on saying that he's gonna have a breakout year, and I feel like they've been saying this is the OG Anunoby breakout year for the last like 2 years, and he just hasn't broken out yet. He's been good, but he's not the breakout star that everybody's saying he is yet. I think you just need, it's really taking a risk to see what, like, is Onyeka Okongwu going to be able to develop this year? Is OG going to take that step up? I think that's the question mark there, in my opinion.
Okay, well, we have the pick in for Washington.
Wow.
So let me hand it off to Chuck.
The 24th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Washington Wizards select Patrick Baldwin Jr. from Milwaukee.
Go ahead.
Oh, gee.
Matt just couldn't keep his excitement in.
I guess.
Oh, that's funny. I mean, I already talked about how much I absolutely despised Patrick Baldwin Jr. So I don't know. I don't like this pick at all.
Yeah, I mean he's hard to like.
Also not a fan. Yeah. Didn't do well in college. He didn't measure well or pop well at the combine or anything. It's a huge risk, I think, especially for a team that Beal's a free agent this year and Embiid's a free agent next year, and I feel like they need more role play pieces to contribute this year and next year.
That is not the pick, in my opinion. Wow. I mean, I was talking about earlier, like, sure, there is some upside. He's only 19 years old. He was like the 5th best player in the ESPN 100 last year, in the top 100. But I mean, you look at last year when he was playing, and sure, he was like double teamed a lot, but I don't know. There's if you ever look at like Tankathon, you look at like his profile. There's like 1 or 2 stat strengths, and his stat weaknesses are like everything. It's crazy. I don't like him at all. I was not expecting that pick at all.
Where do you think he should have been picked? Like, what number pick would be good enough for him?
50.
What number pick? Yeah, 50. 45 maybe. Like I don't have him at all in the first round. I think yeah. Baldwin is not good.
I mean, if you like a guy, you like a guy, but I just, it's hard. I mean, are they his mom? Like, it's a game only a mother could love.
How do you put up 12 and 6 for your dad? That's just disrespectful to do for your father,
His dad got fired too after this year.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Yep. He did so bad that he lost his dad the job.
I mean, he hasn't shown a positive indicator since high school. It's like he played in college and he sucked, and then he went to the combine and he sucked. So what are we looking at here?
I mean, granted, he only played 11 games, and like he was like okay against. He was like okay in one of those games, like pretty decent in one of those games against like Robert Morris, but like. I don't know. This is not a good pick. This is the one pick where I'm just like, I don't like this at all.
I would just say that they have certain guys that they want. Obviously, they've been looking for catch and shooters like Marcus Morris and Royce O'Neal, and they value those types of players. And Patrick Baldwin, I mean, for all his faults, that's the type of player he projects at, just like a catch and shoot guy. So I mean, out of any of the catch and shoot guys that they could have drafted. I don't know if I would have taken Patrick Baldwin, but I mean, it's that philosophy for the Wizards. So I think.
And if I recall correctly, he's also like injured. He also has like ankle problems, right? I could be wrong there, but I feel like that's the reason why he only played 11 games.
How long has he had the injury?
I don't know. I don't really recall. I don't really pay attention to Milwaukee basketball. I'm not gonna lie. I watched 1 or 2 games.
I mean, was he still injured when he the combine and?
I don't. That is a question mark, and that could be something that that could be something that changes and potentially makes him better because he was just injured a lot of the year. But I just don't. I don't like this at all. I don't like this pick.
Well, let's look forward to pick 25, which is
the Nets.
The Nets. Very nice, actually. I like to see different teams. Lakers have kind of been out by it, but these guys went to the playoffs and they pick, and they probably got a bunch of calls about it, and they stayed strong and want to bring in a rookie to sort of, I don't know. I mean, the Nets, they made a big trade in the midseason. I don't know what the need is right now for them specifically. Maybe our depth.
Maybe I feel like maybe like getting another center.
Like Claxton.
Yeah, they have like Nicholas Claxton. I mean, you could play Zion at center. Thaddeus Young, I guess you could play, but I mean, I feel like you have some good centers right here. You have someone like, I would say Walker Kessler would be a decent pick right here, potentially.
All right. Well, we have the Nets pick, so let me hand it over to Chuck now.
With the 25th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Christian Braun from Kansas.
Oh, get that pick. I didn't even think about Christian Braun, but I don't know. I think people say that this might be a little bit of a stretch, but he was a very solid player at Kansas the last 2 years, and I think they kind of just get a player that's going to be able to play right away. I didn't even think about Christian Braun, but I like that pick.
Yeah, he's definitely the athletic type, finisher type. So, I mean, for Nets who have KD and they have Lonzo distributing, I think it's going to be a good fit. They're going to get out and run, and he's definitely the kind of guy who just gets out. So,
yeah,
transition.
His wingspan is a huge concern. But I think other than that, I think he's going to be able to contribute, and he's going to be able to. I like him. He's very solid. He wants to play. He wants to improve, and you kind of saw that if you watched any Kansas basketball over the last few years. But yeah, I like that pick. He's a good defender. He has athleticism other than that wingspan, and he hustles. The wingspan's an issue, and he can't get to the basket as much. But I feel like he's going to be able to be a pretty decent 3-and-D player. And that's kind of what you want here. I would say that's kind of what you want to be able to pick up.
I mean, for the Nets, I think they got a good guy, and they're looking at it as sort of like I said, filling a need. And for them, ever since their trade, they picked up Zion and they picked up. They need some guys that can come out and provide some energy, and looking for that star type, the lottery ticket, this priority. And I don't really see that upside with Christian Braun to really like a shot creator type. But for the role that he's going to play on the Nets, I think he's fit right in.
I completely agree with that.
Next, we have pick 26 is the Spurs. They traded up for this pick, I think, in the morning, something like that, or yesterday. And they, I don't know. I mean, who's here? I mean, obviously, we have the consensus top 5 brought to you by Kid Monobone, but Spurs type player. They what? They like younger types. So right now, they're probably looking for more of a high floor guy.
I think so. And I mean, there aren't many high ceiling guys left, in my opinion. I mean, you could argue Beauchamp hasn't gotten drafted yet, and I feel like Beauchamp might be a good shout, as well as Blake Wesley out of Notre Dame. I know people are higher on Bryce McGowan's than others. He's a bit of a interesting pick, but yeah, that's someone who I would say I'm. There are a few players that I'm thinking of for like the Pelicans, for example. I hope the Pelicans go with someone like David Roddy from Colorado State, who's a very proven guy. I feel like might be able to translate that into the NBA.
Yeah, I saw his interview for the Pacers. He looked very nice. I saw more mocked second round, but I think for the Pelicans, who already have this like stable core, they can sort of go out and pretty much overdraft because I mean,
exactly.
Even if the guy they pick right now is really good, you know, it's going to be hard for him to get minutes. Last year they drafted Cameron Thomas, and you know, I mean, he was a good pick and all, but and they maybe picked him a few spots higher than was mocked, but still, like, he's out of the rotation because they have 9 really good players on their roster already.
Well, I mean, you forget who they also drafted. They drafted Sandro Mamakilashvili out of Seton Hall, absolute stud.
Yeah, and he probably didn't play a game. Like,
no, he definitely didn't. I think that would be I think it would be interesting. I'm very interested to see what happens in this with this pick here. I feel like they're gonna go someone like Jake LaRavia might be a good shout as well. I feel like it's either going to be LaRavia, Beauchamp, or Wesley here is what I would say, or potentially Kennedy Chandler.
I don't think they would draft a guard.
I don't think they would either, but you could just go fit here.
It's tough to tell.
Not fit. You could just go get best player available.
I mean, yeah, because
if they think he's the best player available,
whatever happens, they want to trade. They want to trade these rookies. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, they could honestly.
Spurs traded up for this pick, right?
Huh?
The Spurs traded up with the Heat for this pick a couple days ago. Do you think they had someone in mind that's no longer here?
No, honestly, I feel like people haven't really been like reached for, so I don't think so.
You could argue Braun was a little bit reach, but I also think that you that none of these players, you have like 10 players from like 25 to like 35 that aren't necessarily like you're not really reaching. You can just draft them.
Yeah, it's fine. I think that the main motivation behind their trade up was really just getting rid of extra picks. Like their roster spots are few and far in between, and right now they want to get someone who can. They want to get fewer players right now because they have too many. So I just think that was the motivation, and they would take whoever they liked. So I mean, for Spurs. I don't know. I mean, they don't have a backup lead guard. Like they play Murray and Ball together, so Kennedy Chandler could be possible if they think he could run the backup. Otherwise, like I don't know.
Do you think the Spurs could run Ball, Murray, Jalen Green this year? Start all 3?
Well, who's the 3?
Jalen Green.
Jalen Green has 3.
Do you think they go smaller?
I mean,
it's
Yeah, actually, they probably could. I feel like they
They've
could.
got the height
Jalen
of
Green,
LaMelo
Jalen
and
Green
Murray, I feel like.
could play small forward, in my opinion.
I think they should just trade one of them.
Yeah, I agree, but they seem
Better.
to think it's going to work for some reason.
Like they should probably
I think
trade DeJounte Murray.
here's
Yeah.
what I think they do. I think they start the season with this, see how it does. Maybe give it a few games, give it like 15 games per se. If it's not working out, then you try and make a trade for DeJounte Murray. Try and trade DeJounte Murray. Because DeJounte Murray is still a very attractive option. I mean, 16 mil is not that much money for 17 mil for 2 years is still a pretty attractive thing. He's an 87 overall right now, still a 25. I think that's a pretty attractive player for a lot of teams.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a very attractive player. I think they want to make LaMelo and DeJounte work, but it didn't work very well last year.
I understand.
And I think part of the problem is when you play them together, like, what does DeJounte do off the ball?
Well, so I'm gonna Vic. If you guys were here when in the original NBN when we had the Suns had Devin Booker and D'Angelo Russell at one point, and on paper this was when D'Angelo Russell was like an 87, 86 because he was really good at that time. On paper, not even on paper, just like if you look at like the overalls, that should work, right? You have a point guard and then you have a shooting guard, but they play very similar where they both want the ball a lot, where it's not really going to work in the long run, I think. And it's not going to work in terms of like them together as a combination.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's harder to tell with these types because their game's always changing, and one overall increase or one decrease kind of like shifts your whole starting lineup when you have guys together. So I don't know. For them, I think it's a harder tell. Like if they make plans for 3 guards or whatever, then that's very easily something that sort of fall apart. Like one season, or anything. Then still have their too many.
Agree. But we still wait and see what the Spurs do with this pick here. I know a lot of teams are trying to trade back, it seems like right now.
Do you think that's because the draft is bad, or do you think people just don't know? Or maybe people took their picks?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I feel like it's a combination of every single thing. Some people think this draft is bad. I think at this point, it's not great towards the end of the first. So I think some people but I also think they had some people in mind at this point, and they've been drafted already. So maybe they want to just get out of it.
Yeah, this year I don't think there's like a Desmond Bain type waiting in the wings. You know what I mean? But I mean, I wouldn't have said that about Desmond Bain when he got drafted either. But there just isn't that guy that you're looking at and he's like, oh well, that's instant impact, 100%. Like even like Xavier Tillman, he was sort of like that. I think, everyone has a lot of question marks to them, and there's not even like a Bones Highland, Emmanuel Quickly type. Unless you count like Hyun Jung Lee. So it's just.
Do you think he gets drafted?
He could definitely get drafted, I think. But it's like a 50-50.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we have
okay.
We have next pick, so I'm going to pass it over to.
With the 26th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Walker Kessler from Auburn.
Yeah, I think I was saying that would be that's a pretty decent pick. I like Walker Kessler a lot. His defense ability is definitely there. And I mean, they do kind of need a center. Jakob Podol is decent. Kai Jones hasn't really shown much yet. He's shown some flashes, but not really much. And so I think drafting someone like Walker Kessler, who's going to be able to just come in right away and be able to like be a defensive beast on the inside is nice.
Yeah, I think it's good depth. They don't really need him for this year. They have Portis and Pirtle, but both of them are upcoming unrestricted free agents next offseason, so it's good to have something there in case they lose him next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Kessler, as far as the college centers that were left on the board, it's like what Koloko and someone else, right? I forgot.
It's like Koloko, and I think that's it.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I'll say that I probably would have preferred Koloko over Walker Kessler just for a little bit more mobility, which is a little more valued.
I tend to just think they're very similar in the way they play. I don't. You can just differentiate. They're not similar, but at the same time, they're like I would go either one and not be really mad about like either pick. I put them in the same boat. But you do have centers. You have what's that guy's name? Diop, the international dude from Senegal, who's like really good defender.
International centers, I think there's definitely a pool there. There's Kamagate.
Yeah.
So for them,
Yannick Naza is like
a center option. It's good. Wait, it was Desagna Diop.
The Kafal. I don't even know how to pronounce the first name.
Oh yeah, Orlando Robinson. Yeah, Orlando Robinson. Whatever.
Oh, Kamagate. I can't pronounce. I'm really bad at pronouncing these names.
Kamagate?
Yeah, Kamagate, the guy from Paris.
Yeah.
He's another one.
Yeah, good pick. All right. Looking forward to next pick. Then it's Pelicans at 7. They just went to finals. They not give their young guys a lot of time. So them being 7, I'm sure rather of a player, but hard. Way to late first.
All right, I'm gonna do the Actually, never mind. Nothing.
Okay. Yeah.
But now we have Pelicans up. I would like them to go with like David Roddy here out of Colorado State.
David Roddy, is that just going to be your BPA from here on out?
David Roddy? I don't even know if he's my best player. He's not even my best player available. I just really like David Roddy, and I feel like he would be a very nice player for them because he's already a capable player, and that's kind of what they need right now. You either go someone capable like David Roddy, or you go someone who has potential. You go someone like Blake Wesley, Beauchamp as well. You could go with here as well because I mean, again, it's the Pelicans. They don't really have to like. They're really good already. It's not like they have to do much.
Yeah, if anything, I think they could use a wing. I think guard is fine. They have Holiday, Alvarado, and Thomas, who they just drafted. So if they went wing here, really, really good for them. I feel like. So Beauchamp is definitely.
I would agree here. I think Beauchamp would be good. And then Lakers go again at 28.
He has a lot of experience. I think he's going to be 22, but I mean all of that. He's played at a high level. In junior college, he played very well, and when he went to the G League, he showed hustle, showed veteran ability, and an off-ball role. which in the NBA that's definitely going to be what he's going to. So I feel like it's very easy to see him as someone who projects to have a clear and defined NBA role, and one that he's already had success with in the G League. And I think that as when he comes in, it's going to be like just plug and play.
And now we just wait on the pick coming from who's up now. We have all right, Pelicans. Let's talk about that.
How do y'all think the Pelicans are going to do next year? Let's assume they. I mean, this isn't nothing's written in stone, but assuming they are able to retain LeBron somehow, I know he's a free agent. How do you think they'll do next year?
I feel like they'll do as good as they usually do. I mean, it's really just about winning the championship for the Pelicans is really what it is. I mean, they have some really nice players. Jared Allen's still only 24, which is really nice. Brandon Ingram's only 24 as well, so that's really nice. Even if they don't keep LeBron, they're probably going to be able to sign somebody really good in free agency. So I think it's a matter of who they sign. They have some pretty decent players. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the NBA for a reason. And yeah.
I mean, Brandon Ingram might not be there next year. He's on the trade block, right?
On the trade block, yeah. But there's a chance he's not there, but that means they'll get a really good player, I would assume. It's a matter of if they want to try and run it back and win a championship, or they kind of just want to trade some of their best players and maybe get assets. I think it's really going to depend on the LeBron deal.
They're in a really good position where they can either win now, which if they get LeBron, they probably should, because LeBron's probably, I know we say this every year, but he's probably only got a couple years left and all that. But at the same time, they're looking to the future about who's going to be paid. That's a lot of the Gary Trent Jr. move. And it feels like they're almost doing what the Hawks are doing, where they're trying to extend their championship window.
I would agree.
What position would you draft for them? Assuming, I'm pretty sure anybody at this point would be a depth piece. So
yeah, that's
where do you see them needing that depth? Is it more guard, forward, big man?
We were just talking guard. I think we were talking about Beauchamp because Beauchamp is a very young guy who you're not really going to play him, right? But he has potential to become a good player. So you just kind of draft someone like that here. And yeah, maybe even flip him in a trade or something later on, because he has that potential and some people might be attracted to that.
Yeah, it was really nice of them to get the Jose Alvarado signing. Was very nice for them. Really clutched out. I wonder if he's at a high right now to trade, or because in my head, maybe he's peaked. Maybe he's going to stay at this nice level where he's at for the rest of his life, or maybe he develops.
What are you saying?
Jose Alvarado.
Oh yeah, and Alvarado is. I think he's staying at he's gonna stay as a decent bench piece.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like now's the time to trade since he's 24. But I know
24 on a really good deal.
A bit attached to him.
Yeah, I mean it's. I think Alvarado will just be at a 76 overall for just the remainder of his career. And that's not a bad thing. You always need a guy that's a 76 rated. A guy is going to be able to do some decent time off the bench. That's great. Nothing wrong with that.
You can just pay him decent money to stay on your bench as a solid role player, and he's always going to stay just because you're the guy who picked him, and he's going to be loyal to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I completely agree. It seems like New Orleans is trying to trade out of this pick. Is what I'm hearing at the moment.
Yeah, because they're just.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a wait, they're always talking trade. So.
Yep.
Or they're just offline. You never know.
No.
Or they just want to piss us off, like Killer.
Literally.
Yeah, they're just gonna wait and dangle it in front of us.
Yeah, I hate everyone in this league, but
I hate it.
feelings mutual, Chucky.
Bro, I hope Malachi Brandon busts so hard, man. Hope he actually I don't know. He gets drafted 60 in real life.
60?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
or
can see that.
58, whatever. And then everyone changes their vote on your draft grade to F. You have to pay him 2 years guaranteed, and he's doesn't go to Europe. No.
He just stays in the G League.
No. Here. He's good.
Now
for
he just
4
retires.
Years. I hope he's good for 4 years. You pay him a max, and then he sucks.
Yeah.
There you go, bro. But then probably Dallas would trade for his contract anyways. So it doesn't.
Probably.
It's only a trade for his contract. You get bailed out by everything. Whatever. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm thinking about it.
So it seems like the Pelicans are going to try and trade out of this. So it's going to be interesting to see what team maybe picks up that trade, looking for maybe 2 seconds. And teams with 2 early seconds happen to be, the Celtics have 31 and 33 if they want to trade up. I think that's actually a really good trade for Pelicans if they're able to do that. I don't really think the Celtics are going to want to do that though. Of course, you have the something like I'm trying to look at other teams here. Knicks have 37 and 40. So if they wanted to trade up,
we have any
Cheppy, if you wanted to trade up, you could.
So
The
what?
Thunder
27?
have 3 seconds if they want to include some picks next year, maybe some second rounders.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
don't want
So I mean, if Cheppy wanted to trade up, you could do 37 and 40 probably for 27.
Yes.
Cheppy's like, I guess, maybe you could potentially
change 2 busts into 1.
I love this Patrick Baldwin Jr. Draft grade.
What is it? Oh, unlucky, bro.
It's
oh my god,
all Fs.
1 C, 2 D.
Well, getting an F draft grade from the NBN is a Washington Wizards known tradition.
It's a tradition.
So,
Who they draft last year?
Last year? Did they have a pick last year? I
I
don't know.
don't think they had a pick.
Who are their former?
Back in the day.
Oh well, yeah. Well,
when musical was at the helm, they took
musical.
Brandon McCoy, first round.
Brandon McCoy
Never even made it.
Oh
into
my
2K.
god!
What? You never
I
heard
haven't
about
even.
Brandon McCoy?
That's a name I haven't I forgot about.
That's a legendary NBN story
It's
right there.
What? 24? 24, right?
I think it was 28.
Oh yeah, probably something like that.
At least it's not one of those KZ Opala, however you pronounce his name.
In the lottery.
In the lottery. Oh, KZ's not
14.
terrible IRL, but going in the lottery, no.
14 by a team that could actually use some help.
Or Jonah Bolden at 14, maybe 15.
Duke legend Jonah Bolden. Now we just wait to see what New Orleans are doing. They have till 4:20. Nice. They have 20. Who are the winners in this draft so far? I think the Hawks might be winning so far in this
don't
draft.
say that, man. They just
Nobody
won a
wants the Hawks to win.
championship. The Hawks lost for sure, bro.
Hawks took a big L today.
Yeah, big, huge L for Nelson.
Huge L. Big
Hawks
one.
downfall, maybe? I don't know.
I think the
even
Phoenix.
the draft?
I think the Phoenix Suns win this draft. Not gonna lie, not biased at all. Not
Thanks.
biased at all.
West teams.
Yeah, Williams might actually play some minutes this year. Might not get injured.
Kawhi might play this year.
Yeah. At least the first 30 games he might make an All-Star.
That would be nice. I would like Kawhi to maybe play like a full season, perhaps. We were talking. We were like, we are just gonna like play Kawhi. Like we're never gonna play him on like
minutes a game.
We're never playing him 2 games in a row. Like if there's back-to-back games, we're not playing him. Like we're not playing on the second game. Like we're making sure that he's hopefully healthy for playoffs.
How low do you think Schroeder would drop?
I don't know. The Schroeder, we're happy he re-signed with us because we're gonna have him as a Actually, I'm not gonna.
I mean, at that salary, I'd be happy too because
we have him.
Position, he shouldn't take a long-term deal right now.
Yeah.
At the same time, for y'all, like it's a decent price, and I'm assuming you're over the tax perimeter, so you can't really get a backup guard at that price.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. We have MLE.
You have MLE.
Yeah, we're all good. So we have plans to potentially sign a another point like someone else. I don't really want to go into that right now, but I mean we're fine. We're like the biggest issue with our team is point guard, but point guard's not like terrible. I mean like we're really looking for we're really just looking for a guy who's going to be able to just like
the depth isn't terrible. It's the starting.
It's the starting point guard. Yeah, it's like if we get a start, we're gonna get like a decent start. We just really want to get a decent starting point guard, and then we can play Booker, Bridges, Kawhi, Ayton, and then off the bench play like Suggs, Jalen Williams now, Precious Achua, Jalen Smith, who we are like really high on next year because he's in a really good place right now, and we think he's probably gonna have a breakout year.
Yeah, I feel like Suggs, especially now that Fultz is back, is going to end up playing shooting guard.
We're excited. I mean, you guys clown me for Suggs, but I still believe in him a lot. I really like Jalen Suggs, and
it's been 1 year. Like, why you can't really call somebody a bust after 1 year?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he wasn't even a bust. Like he had some injury concerns. He had some injuries.
No, we clown you for taking Suggs over Jalen Green.
Oh, I can see that.
Suggs is like he's a great.
I've got to ask, how hurt were you when he got drafted by the Magic, who are known for not really developing people very well?
Chuck, let your GM talk.
Oh wait, I was muted.
Him.
I was.
I'm not
muted myself.
Anything here. I'll even hop in.
I was expecting Suggs to get drafted by the Raptors, and I was thinking that was going to be a perfect fit. It would have been amazing. I was a little bit pissed off. Chuck and I were a little bit pressed when he was drafted to the Magic. I won't lie, but we still believe in Jalen Suggs. I still think he's going to be pretty good.
Scotty Barnes was the Suns pick. That's like pick. So why did you move off Scotty Barnes?
Actually, we never really looked at Scotty at all.
Bro.
No. Scotty Barnes was the guy pre-lottery.
Pre 7 or 8 or whatever. When we were at 7 or 8, he was the guy, but we didn't look at him when we got the third pick. We had Suggs in mind, and that was our guy. And there was no questioning that. Like, Chuck, am I wrong?
It was between Suggs and Green at that point once we moved up, for sure. the long-term fit of Suggs on our roster, I'll still take that over what the scoring prowess that Jalen Green does have, because Matt just talked about a little earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
D'Lo and Devin Booker, you can't share the rock between two guys like that. So what would we have to do? We'd have to move Devin Booker to point guard, have Jalen Green at shooting guard. Jalen Green wouldn't touch the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
That was apparent during these playoffs when we had to run Booker at point guard. No one else got looks, pretty much. So Jalen Green, I don't know. He didn't have a great season for the Spurs in the NBN either. So year one value, Suggs had more value in the NBN than Jalen Green.
That's what I was gonna say. Like Suggs was actually pretty decent in the minutes that he got in the NBN this year on some of the games that we played.
Who got all rookie first team?
He got all Suggs got all rookie second team. I'm not mad about it's fine.
Okay, and Jalen Suggs also did that on a playoff team.
Yeah,
he played every game. He started a couple. He was up for 6th man of the year before somebody deleted the franchise. He was in the running for 6th man of the year for a couple weeks. So I have no complaints with him in the NBN this year. Obviously, in the NBA, he shot the ball like complete garbage, and there's nowhere to go but up. So we'll take it.
He had the injuries on his. Was it thumb or was it?
I think he had a thumb, and then
I think it was thumb.
Ankle at the end of the year.
Yeah,
he just had some sort of minor surgery on his ankle to clean things up, and he's going to be missing summer league, which is a bummer because he needs it. I can admit that, but long term, you look at this guy like a Drew Holiday type player.
Yeah,
and with our core, I couldn't think of a better fit. And if we could right now, I'd love to trade for Drew Holiday, but we obviously just
can't. Yeah, we can't do it. Yeah. We just really like the Suggs fit, and I still look back on his Gonzaga days, and I think about that shot against UCLA, and I'm like, this is the guy that we can get. This is the guy, if he is going to be able to play. This is where we're going to become. He's going to become this player, and we're really excited. We value, like at the Suns, we really value our younger players. Our oldest player is Kawhi, right? And so we really we have Devin Booker, who's still 25, DeAndre Ayton, who's 23, Mikal Bridges, who's 25, Jalen Suggs, who's 20. We still have we have Precious Achiuwa now, who's 22, as well as Jalen Smith, who's 22. We want to be good for a few years. We don't want to just be good for 1 year. We want to continue. We want to get good young players, and that's what we want. That's what we're trying to do here. That's our plan.
Any other questions about Jalen Suggs? No? I'm just playing. Yeah,
we could talk about Jalen Suggs.
So I could talk about him all day.
Not about Suggs, but who do you think near the top of the draft drew the unlucky straw of drafting a guy who the Kings are going to get in real life?
Oh, where are the Kings picking?
They're picking
4,
5,
right?
4 or 5.
Keegan Murray.
Jaden Ivey.
Nope, Keegan Murray.
You think Keegan?
I think he goes. I think that if the Kings keep their pick, they're going Keegan.
Pistons to get Ivy, bro. He's trying to speak it into existence.
It's what? How? Here's my question: the Kings are trying to win now. I mean, they've already made that pretty clear. How does picking a guard again for the 3rd year in a row make sense?
Yeah, I just argue they've done it 3 years in a row. What's going to stop them?
Yeah, and I argue that Jaden Smith is the clear 4th best player.
Who's that?
Jaden Ivey, you mean?
Jaden Ivey, yeah. Oh. A lot of intel feedback looks Keegan. Yeah, I mean Keegan could go. I think that's a little. I like Keegan Murray, but I mean that'd be a shame because I don't even know how that would fit. How would Keegan Murray fit?
They need a wing. What do you mean?
Do they? I haven't even looked at the. I haven't even looked at the.
I don't know why they're doing. I feel like
Sacramento in a while.
Just from being a Mariners fan so long, it breaks my heart when we went all in to win, getting Robinson, Cano, and Nelson Cruz, and then consistently winning around 90 games and missing the playoffs every year. That's what it feels like the Kings are doing right now. When
Hey,
they
I'm
should
a Knicks.
honestly just
I'm
go
a
to their
Knicks
I
fan,
don't
so
think I don't think the Kings are getting to that 90 win mark though.
You don't think they're making it to the precipice of the playoffs just to lose every single year? That's what I've tried to do.
No, I don't think they're even getting. They're not.
I
even
think they're gonna
getting
make.
the playoffs.
I feel like they're gonna be like an 8, like playing team.
I feel like they could be a playing team, right? No?
Yeah,
guess
I
the
think they're a
West
playing
side-
team.
I think this year they're fight for a playing spot.
Because
Yeah.
Mariners haven't made the playoffs since I was like 9 months old.
What is they? Yeah, I haven't been alive.
Oh yeah, Mariners haven't made the playoffs since Matt's been alive.
What is it? It's 2000, right?
2002, 2001.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think it's
2000. I'm 2003.
Oh god.
That's 19 years. I'm 19 years. That's crazy. That's 20 years. It's been.
2000 and.
A.
I mean, all these draft picks are younger than me at this point, and I'm not even that old. So.
Oh, dude, this is the first year where I'm seeing some players that are younger than me. Like AJ Griffin is like a few months younger than me, and I'm like, oh my god, like.
Mine was the Zion draft, I think.
Oh, okay.
Was my age.
Next year is going to be the one where it's like everybody is younger than me, and I'm gonna be weirded out next year. Like Jabari Smith is only like a month older less than a month older than me. He's like 6'10". I'm 5'8", dude. Like I am. This is crazy to me. There are like 7'2" guys my age, and it's weird. I feel like that should be right.
Yeah, these guys who are my age and like crazy athletic and 7 feet tall, and I'm like, I'm not even short, and it's like, bro, what were they eating?
That's what I'm saying. It's interesting. I think. I mean, the biggest question you're talking about the Kings. Do they trade down? Do they trade down that pick? I mean, I know the Knicks are really interested in the 4th pick, or so.
They're trying to win now. Are the Knicks going to give them a good player?
Well, the Knicks would give them potentially Julius Randle.
Oh gosh, Randle and Sabonis on the same team. We've seen that.
It would be interesting, but I've seen that happening, and I would be thrilled if we're able to get rid of Randle and we're able to get Jaden Ivey. Oh my god, I would be thrilled. We would trade 11 plus maybe like Randle or something. I'm speaking it into existence. I want it to happen. I would love for Julius Randle to be gone.
Who's going to make playoffs first? Real life Knicks or NBN Knicks?
I feel like the Knicks have a decent shot.
Oh my god!
Like we could be a play-in team this year.
I mean, but NBN has Anthony Davis. So.
Oh right. Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like it's probably going to be NBN, but I could see the Knicks making the playoffs this year. I mean, RJ Barrett is becoming good.
Back.
Hey, I mean, man, J.R. Smith got too much hate. I mean, you look at like Quickly. I feel like Quickly is going to have his breakout year. Is going to either have. I don't think it's going to be breakout year this year, but he's going to be a lot better this year.
Quickly's going to be number 4.
I don't think so. I don't think the Knicks are going to do that. I don't think that. I feel like it's gonna be Quentin Grimes, if anything. If there's anybody of our young core, it's gonna be Quentin Grimes. I feel like
the Knicks are known for kind of making those types of moves.
Yeah, but if you gotta think about this, is a different Knicks front office than they used to be, right?
I never trust the Knicks. I don't know. You're.
I mean, I never trust the Knicks either. I don't trust the Knicks either, but I mean, it's. I don't know. I feel like I would rather. I feel like I trust them a little bit more with this front office than I normally do. Right. I mean, you have RJ's. I feel like RJ's going to be great. I feel like we're going to do something. It's either we're going to take that Donovan Mitchell trade, which I've been seeing us linked to a lot, I don't know what we would give up in that trade. And honestly, I don't know how it would fit, but Donovan Mitchell is a player that we might get, or you trade up for 4, or you just stick with the pick and go with like Jalen Duren, 11 is what I'm seeing, or maybe a Benedict Mathurin if he falls to us, Johnny Davis again as well. I don't know. We're just waiting for the Spurs of the
Kings seem as impatient about waiting for this pick as they are trying to make trades. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean they have 4 more minutes left before they're gone, so I'm not like.
Yeah, we got the pick in, so
all right.
Let's hand it off to Chuck.
The 27th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Justin Lewis from Marquette.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I was not expecting him to go this. This might be a little bit of a stretch, but I like Justin. I like Justin Lewis. I'm a Big East basketball fan, so I see a lot of got to see a lot of Marquette basketball last year. So I saw a lot of Justin Lewis, and I mean he played really well, especially towards the end of the season. If you don't talk about that UNC game, he played really well. I mean, he was scoring in really great numbers towards the end of the season. Scored 26 against DePaul and 28 against St. John's, 33 against Seton Hall, which that game made me want to commit suicide. But that game was terrible. I'm not going to talk about that. But he's a really good player, and his wingspan's really good. 6'7" with a 7'2" wingspan. His rebounds was good for someone his size as well. He has to improve on his offense a little bit, but I like him a lot, and I feel like he'll be able to become a pretty decent 3-and-D wing. I feel like that's my go-to word with all of these picks here towards the end of the first round. Go-to 3-and-D wing. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Justin Lewis.
I didn't really as a first round talent, I didn't think people would really be keyed into it, but he's a strong player for his team, and it's what I see is maybe a lack of activity on the defensive end, but other than that, I would just be more comfortable with it as a second rounder. That's all.
I would too. But again, you're going to stretch at this. There's going to be points where you're going to stretch at this point of the draft, and I don't think it's like that bad. I'm not like that mad about it.
He's the Gary Trent Jr. replacement, right?
No, he's more like the LeBron replacement.
Yeah.
Oh man, I have to make.
Obviously, Hawks freeing up cap space for LeBron. So it looks like the Lakers are trying to trade their pick for the 3rd time. You think it'll actually happen this time?
Potentially. That's all I'll say.
Why, you think the Knicks are going to use their 2 seconds?
No comment.
No, I mean they've been trying to trade all their picks. I mean, these guys with a lot of picks.
Didn't it feel like in previous years there was more people wanting to move up?
Yeah,
there were better players. That's why.
Do you think the draft is this bad, or I feel like everybody says that every year, though. I feel like everybody says, "Oh, this year's draft isn't as good. We don't have any top players. We don't have any depth that we did in previous years," and they say that every year. But then the players still end up being good.
Interesting.
Have we talked about this upcoming Lakers pick?
Well,
It's like, who are they going to draft? I don't know. Who do they? What's their guard depth look like right now? D'Angelo Russell and Kevin Porter Jr. So what? They're gonna start them both. They have.
They're actively trying to trade this pick. I don't think their Lakers are actually going to make this pick.
No, but they try to trade every pick.
Yeah. I think they might be able to get a trade here. I know Mans did not just say Max Christie.
He's gonna go in the first round. Watch and see.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he could. I mean, listen, guys, look
I
at the
could see
NBA
Christie
Draft.net mock.
Houston going in the first round Thursday.
God, if Caleb Houston goes in the first round, that'd be.
Why? Ask yourself why he declined the invite to the combine, man.
And the only two teams he's worked out with are the Grizzlies, who have 29, and the Nuggets, who have 30.
Interesting.
Or he falls all the way to undrafted.
Or that.
Like Joel Ayayi.
There's no in between.
Joel
Either
Ayayi
going first
was
round or
great.
undrafted.
Still believe in Joel Ayayi.
No, he's on, bro.
I still believe in Killian Hayes.
Yeah, he's definitely.
So, who do you guys think is going to be the Hornets of this offseason and offer maxes to every single top player? We have guys like
Chicago,
Jaren Jackson Jr., Wendell Carter Jr., Simons. I'm not sure if he'll get one. Porter probably won't, but I'm sure he'll get enough just because of height. Mo Bamba has been promising at times. Sexton always feels like he could be an offensive superpower. The defense never comes around. I don't know. He seemed to play well for Denver, but he was equally as bad on defense on stream to almost be a net negative, almost be like a net neutral. So I want to see who's going to force these guys to potentially overpay and then see another situation that we saw with the Pelicans. I mean, it worked well for the Pelicans.
Chicago has 26 million in cap. Knicks have 30 million in cap. Pistons
How
have
much is
40.
the max for these?
I'm saying Knicks. I'm saying Knicks. Knicks want to win. Knicks want to win now. It seems like, and they have
And
They
Jaron
now
Jackson
have
Jr. is
Anthony
going to bring them
Davis.
the next piece.
Pistons have $46 million in cap. Boston has 20 million. So one of those teams.
LeBron James is going to New York.
He's going to take a pay cut to go to New York.
Cleveland's another team too. I forgot they have like 40 million in cap holds, but it's like to 2 scrubs. So they'll probably be one of those other teams. Cleveland.
I can confirm we
Oh,
would
right,
announce
'cause
Beverly and Covington.
They have Beverly and Covington. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 40 million in cap holds.
I was saying that earlier when I was talking about Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, Cleveland's going to offer LeBron for sure.
Yeah.
And when I forgot who I was talking to, but looking at Cleveland's sheet, I was surprised at how set they were.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I was also noticing that the other day because you look at their young talent compared with some of the players that they have right now. I mean, I feel like they need just like one or two more pieces, and then they're just a championship contender. I don't think they're going to win a championship, but I think they're an Eastern Conference contender.
So they got Maxey Garland, which they benefited so much holding on to him because shot up. But they got Garland at an 88 overall. They got Maxey at an 84 overall, and they just traded for Halliburton, which I don't know what they're gonna do with Maxey. I know that he's cheap.
They're gonna do, and Killer was talking about this. They're gonna do the three-headed backcourt. It seems like
three-headed backcourt honestly works so well.
I think it does.
It kind of sucked for me having 4 people, and everyone's gonna clown that CJ trade, but having 4 people back there at the same position doesn't work. But having 3 people all getting 30 minutes, all being good passers, it just works so well. It works so well in 2K. I know just from last season and the season prior that having people who can pass, for whatever reason, I think it's underrated in this league. Everybody looks for scorers, but for whatever reason, it feels like 2K forces guys to get their assists, and somebody has to get the points, whether they're good at scoring in ISO or not.
Yeah.
What do you mean someone has to get the point? Always true.
I hate to hype up Killer while he's in the call, but
yeah, you could just stop now.
That Cleveland trade, the trade 5 with Halliburton, even though they gave up Kevin Porter Jr. Did they give up Okoro, or was that either way? I just think it was really good getting Halliburton,
the full trade was Tyrese Halliburton, Killian Tilly, John Petty in the 2026 Toronto pick for Cleveland. They gave up Kevin Porter Jr., Isaac Okoro, Nasir Little, Paul Reed, B-Ball Paul, 16, 23, 23rd, 23 first round buy from LA, 24 first from Milwaukee as well. And then Toronto received Isaiah Livers and the 2026 second from Cleveland.
I think now is a great time to consolidate assets to get a bigger piece like Halliburton.
Yeah, especially on his contract. They got to do something with Nance and Osman, though. I mean, they're both not great. They make just around like 17 million combined, but their biggest contract is Clint Capella, which is looking like a good.
Osman has one more year, and then he has a team option. I don't think they're going to accept that team option. Larry Nance as well becomes a free agent. I think they're going to just be fine with them too for this season, and then just get rid of him next year.
But they're going to end up, if they get a max guy, those guys will be shipped off right away with picks and just pick up another guy.
Yeah.
Those are 2 big contracts.
Well, I mean, like the reason why we landed Kawhi was by like the slimmest of margins when we traded away Jarrett Culver for basically like a second, right? And that's the reason why we could then afford to offer Kawhi Leonard. The trade was let me see.
I thought it was just a protected second.
I think it was a protected second and we gave up a second. And it was a bad trade when you look at it because we just gave up a player like Jarrett Culver, who's like not even really that good, but just like a body for nothing. But then if you look at that in the end all be all that we ended up getting Kawhi because of that, I think it was definitely worth it.
No. I mean, I got clowned for the Derek White trade and the reactions, but at the end of the day, you kind of have to just make those trades swing for the fence and hope it works out.
Exactly, and it did work out for us. Sometimes it doesn't work for some teams, but it definitely worked for us.
Yeah, Derek White is a guy who I feel like everybody thinks is always developing, but he's like 27, 28 now. I'm like, this is just where he's at as a player. But because he came in the league so late, they still treat him as if he's a prospect. But like this
Yeah.
is where he is. Like his face value is where you have to trade him.
Isn't bad. I mean, like Derek White's still a very capable player, but I don't think he's as capable as everybody's saying. I mean, he's like that's the thing. I feel like he's getting overpaid.
Derek White at 17 million is a tough pill to swallow. I mean, he's not
exactly. Yeah,
he's not a bad player by any means, but for me, just being able to shed that 17 million, and if it doesn't work out, signing one of these max guys, then great. I can just use 17 million in free agency for something else too. Especially with me being so guard heavy.
Yeah,
Charlotte are going to be interesting.
Who?
Charlotte.
Yeah.
I mean,
we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean,
they're not going to be good. They're not going to be good, but it's just going to be how bad are they going to be?
The only thing that's good about them is they can suck for another year.
Yep.
And
I think they can do sub 15 wins again.
But yeah, if next year Bertans is off the salary. They'll have Brooke Lopez off the salary, Jarrett Culver off the salary. They'll have looks like $60 million in cap space to either take on more bad trades and get assets or sign somebody. But I don't know who's going to sign there.
No idea.
Yeah, I mean their best bet is just keep taking on, contracts, getting first round picks or whatever the hell is going to happen.
Yep.
Build that up, get another 2 more picks, and then go all in.
Definitely.
Next pick we got from the commissioner. I'm gonna hand it over to him.
Let's go.
28th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Blake Wesley, Notre Dame.
Yeah, some people like him a lot higher, and so I feel like this is not like a bad pick by any means because he's definitely has value and is definitely a player that shows a lot of promise.
Yeah, I mean,
they basically just went BPA.
That's exactly what they did.
I think they did that with their 23 and Liddell as well. So it's just, I don't really want to make the pick, but they gotta pick someone.
Exactly. I wonder if they're gonna try and trade those players away.
The guys they just picked.
Yeah.
Well, now we have the Kings. I know who they're drafting.
Yeah.
I know who the Kings are drafting. I won't say it yet.
Well, we're all in league talk,
Yeah.
Okay.
No, none of y'all are gonna expect this pick.
Is the pick in or?
Good. We're gonna see fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah, picks in.
Okay.
Okay, next pick we got up, so let's give it to Chuck.
With the 29th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Dalen Terry from Arizona.
Oh, that's actually
surprised.
I was actually expecting them to go Bo Cruz. They were telling me they were really high on Bo Cruz, like really high on Bo Cruz. They really wanted to draft him, so I'm actually kind of shocked they went with Dalen Terry.
Yeah, Dalen Terry. I'll tell you what. I like him so much. He's so nice. Look.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go earlier.
Uh,
I was, yeah, I was thinking about him at 20 before I traded that pick.
yeah.
He is no Bo Cruz though, in my opinion.
He
Bo
is.
Cruz.
I mean, this
Bo
guy
Cruz is just so much better.
Yeah, Bo Cruz. He's a unicorn man, but Dalen Terry. I think he had a lot. We were definitely considering him at 19. I think I probably would have picked him at 19 if not for my GM. So really nice pick here for Sacramento. I just don't like to see him rewarded for making so many trades, but it is what it is.
Hate to see it.
Yeah.
What
Maybe
is that noise?
I just knew that T1G and Kid at 30 and 29, they always pick guys I like, so nothing good would ever happen to me. It's okay though, because surely he won't get traded and he'll have a long career on the King.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's on the block already.
King's lifer.
So, is AJ Griffin ever suited for the Kings in the NBN, or?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think not.
I don't think he will either.
I'm gonna say
maybe.
no.
What does NBN Vegas have to say about it?
Yeah, give us odds. Give us odds.
Odds he suits up for the Kings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, minus 150. But
Oh.
yes, plus 170.
Yeah.
130.
All right. It makes
I think it's pretty obvious who. It seems like it's going to be pretty obvious who this last pick in the first round is.
Max Christie.
Yeah.
Max Christie.
Max Christie could definitely be the pick.
I think it's probably going to be Kennedy Chandler here. Because Kid is talking about how much he is not expecting.
Dude, that's so screwed. Every time I have a player I like, they draft them and they don't want to trade them. Only when it's the player I like. Holy crap, man. They hate me, man. I swear to God.
The Sacramento Kings are actually an organization designed to mess with you.
Dude, it's so screwed. When Cole Anthony went 13, they wouldn't trade me him, but they traded to T1G. Then T1G wouldn't trade Cole Anthony. Then he traded him to until like this year, and I traded for AD, so I'm not gonna trade for freaking Cole Anthony, bro. So now what? Now he picks my second favorite guy. So now I'm never gonna get him, bro. But then he's gonna trade him to probably to Houston. So
he's going to
Utah. Am I the only one who doesn't think Cole Anthony will be good?
Already good.
I'm with you. I think
he's shooting under 40% from the field. He's on the Magic. Like his career is gonna suck.
I've always thought Cole Anthony's not that great, but I don't know. I feel like he's fine.
So solid,
much better like projects, in my opinion, to invest in.
There's definitely much better projects, but
would you invest in Shea?
I have invested 200 million. So yeah.
Few vacations to France as well.
Do Kyle and I sound similar? Because I don't see it.
No, it's just because of your microphone. Your microphone makes you sound like Kyle.
We probably just both are the only ones with good microphones.
You do not have a good microphone, dude. What are you talking about?
You know who has the worst microphone in the NBN is Killer.
I just heard.
Oh yeah, that's true.
A minute ago, your mic was making like static machine gun noises.
I don't know what that means, so it's okay.
Your mic was beatboxing.
It's not my fault. What do you expect me to do? Test my
happen.
audio before the big draft stream that we set up for a year, or what? Like, your standards are too high. We have a budget.
I think Chuck is just siphoning money off the budget, and that's what's happening.
How I eat dinner.
Like that.
That'd be
Wait,
probably some high grade ramen noodles for a whole year.
Guys, the Lakers are looking to buy. What does that mean? Are they just trying to trade their pick?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening over there. First they trade their pick, and now they want more.
Someone fell. Where is How did they get 29?
28 Lakers or
No,
Kings?
the Kings. How'd they get that pick?
This was from. Well, so first, Johnny, this was a pick swap. They had this pick and they got the pick swap.
Oh, okay. It
from
was in
Minnesota.
the Harrison
And
Barnes
then
trade.
Johnny came back for round 2 and traded this pick for Harrison Barnes.
Ah, okay,
And
okay, okay. Okay,
Richard
okay,
Iman is
okay.
already back on the block.
Dude, Johnny, there's no way Johnny would have taken Dalen Terry. Oh, god damn it, dude. So screwing.
Yeah, there's no way Johnny's taking Dalen Terry.
Probably would have taken. He
Who
would have
was
taken
the Johnny
Patrick
type
Baldwin.
of pick?
Patrick Baldwin.
He didn't make it there.
Would have taken
Built the
Baldwin
right
for
way.
Sure. I mean, he would have taken Kennedy Chandler or something, probably.
Does somebody have a clip of me laughing when Patrick Baldwin was taken?
No, but it'll be saved on our
No,
YouTube
but we
channel
can take
forever.
it. Yeah.
We gotta clip that.
Yes, you do.
I think that was the funniest moment of this draft so far. It's just me just laughing my ass off when I heard that was the pick.
Yeah, it was a bit psychotic, man. I was a little worried.
Listen. It was just a bad pick.
The kid should not take Kennedy Chandler here because Kennedy Chandler, there's no way he gets taken in the first round. Not happening. The NBA. I think he needs to stick to the NBA.net smock.
What pick do you have, Jeppy?
37.
Okay.
Future All-Star.
You're all-star, bro. Who would he pick?
What are-
Probably someone I like. I can't say it out
What-
loud.
What's everyone's thoughts on the draft, like the draft class in the second round? It doesn't seem like
Dude,
it's that
better.
deep.
It's better. Yeah, no, it's for sure better. I mean, people are going to be way more comfortable picking 37 through 40 or 30, 31 through 45 than they are like 20 to 30. That's how I feel.
Completely agree. Yeah, I agree.
Honestly, like the 30 to 35 range is so nice to pick in this league.
Yeah, it's so nice because I mean they
Or
always
31. Yeah, they fall. And the second round contract on top of that.
honestly, I don't know.
I think we've seen people in the second round be as high as like 20 last year.
I don't know. I mean, the difference
the
between
past.
like the late 20s contract and like early 30s contract is not that much. It's like less than $1 million. So I mean, I would rather have the extra year. Honestly.
Isn't it on? Oh, I see what you're saying.
But still, you still got like good players. Like a hot commodity.
Kings have renounced their right to Lonnie Walker.
Interesting.
Yeah. Do they have any more picks? Figure this might be a sign of something happening, but I'm not sure.
The Kings do not have any more picks in this draft.
Wait, the Kings have more picks?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Okay, thank God. Can't do it.
I'm wondering what's taking Kid so long.
I think he's scouting Kennedy Chandler against the guy he thought he would have been taken.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kennedy Chandler's pick here.
No way. Who is it?
When is this pick due? 15 minutes?
Yeah. No, wait. Yeah.
14 minutes.
14 minutes, yeah.
14 minutes. Yeah, he's got a little time. Why do we always go to the time limit, guys? Like, it's not. This isn't that hard, man.
I would take
right
my
away.
time. I think this is a hard pick.
This
I
is
don't
so
know.
screwed, man.
There's a few
I don't
guys
think
that-
this is a hard pick.
Yeah, he shouldn't take Caleb Houston. He can't. No,
Yeah, I think Jake LaRavia is pretty clearly the pick.
no,
here.
no.
I was gonna say, I think Jake LaRavia might be the pick here.
I think it's either Jake LaRavia or Kennedy Chandler here for me.
He could take Coloco. He could take Wendell Moore. He could take
For what he was talking about, I feel like it's going to be De La Terry. Or not De La Terry, Jake LaRavia or Kennedy Chandler.
I don't know. I'm gonna predict it. Trevor Keels.
Oh, interesting.
Predict it.
Trevor Keels is like a linebacker.
Yeah, you know he's caught the Lugens Dort comps, but I don't think it's.
He has to improve his jump shot a lot more.
Yeah, he needs to lose some weight, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you're compared to a future MVP, it's going to be a tough outlook on your career.
Does that mean the max is in the cards for Lugens Dort?
We're clearing the space to make anything possible.
So hungry. Not too long.
It's going to be funny if Dort gets max and then everybody clowns. And then we're going to have to hear Kyle for the next 3 years if Dort actually ends up being a star.
Oh, God, I would never stop talking about that.
Oh,
I
God.
kind of want to see it at that point.
No, it's like,
I think
you almost want to root for it at that point, right?
I think maxing Dort in itself would be a very bold move.
I don't know. I mean, teams have cap space.
Yeah, but if you max someone, you're using it all.
Yeah, but it's a future MVP.
True.
Plus, if you know OKC is going to match,
well, you don't.
Then you're basically there's no risk. And at worst case scenario, you get a future MVP.
But I'll be honest. People have matched contracts that I thought they never would. Like when Gary Harris got maxed. Gary Harris.
Yeah, I feel like I should take some responsibility for telling everybody.
Got maxed.
Yeah. Okay.
Who are you taking responsibility for?
For telling everybody that the Pelicans publicly saying that they will match every contract means that you can just offer them however much, and they didn't believe me, and then Hornets actually did it, dying the whole offseason. I'm like, if they say they're gonna do it, and they have too much pride to say no, you can literally just match. You can literally just offer everybody way too much money, and they're gonna have to match.
Well, with Charlotte, they literally there was no way they couldn't do anything, so they had to do that.
I didn't believe that somebody was actually gonna do it.
Maxes are so weird. Like John Collins got maxed.
Oh, we talking about Lou Dort and Anthony Simons getting maxed this offseason?
Yeah, they're for sure.
Yeah. Kyle's gonna have to choose between Dort, Simons, and Clay.
I mean, clearly Clay gone.
Keep 2 out of 3.
That's what you
You
think.
think they could trade
Clay was
Clay for
actually
number
good
5?
for them in the playoffs, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, but you got to keep Lou Dort, and you got to max Anthony Simons. So
yeah,
real talk. I do not see Klay Thompson being on OKC's starting lineup next season.
That's what you think?
Yeah, I think that the money's just too much.
So you see him being traded?
I do see him being traded. I think that, I'm not
or,
sure where.
Or New York.
I'm not sure where. I think it could be either of those two. I think it could be, somewhere else. Plenty of teams. I think it's going to be after free agency. We're definitely
Anthony Davis.
Something happened.
What do you mean after free agency? How are they going to max? How are they going to match the maxes of Simons and Dort with that giant contract there?
I mean,
they have space, maybe.
I think that there might be a few teams that if they go out like round 1 of free agency, like if they strike out there, they might pursue like a tanking strategy and or flipping some contracts or whatever.
I don't know. I'd trade Clay, but I don't think they probably want more than my 2023 second round pick that I have.
We're down the last 9 minutes.
Who's on the clock again?
The Pacers.
The Pacers. He's probably arguing with his non-existent GM over which guy is going to be a bust and which one's actually going to be okay.
Bro, is your GM good? Because in the Survivor, I don't know he's kind of.
I like him because he brings new ideas and DMs me enough.
Okay, yeah.
I can't believe it. Cheppy cheating at Survivor?
Huh? Oh,
What?
Whoa. Cheating, holy.
Yeah. Not supposed to talk
Fucking
to
snake.
Talk to who? He's not even in the game, bro.
Yeah, but it's about somebody, That's just
what is that? I'm not even talking
there. That's a slippery slope. That's a slippery slope. Kid, write this down.
Okay. Let's go. We have the last pick here, so I'm gonna hand it off to Chuck.
With the 30th pick in the 2022 NBN Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Wendell Moore Jr. from Duke.
Damn it!
Fuck!
Damn it! Fuck!
Holy shit, dude! Kennedy Chandler is
Chuck
going
and
in the second
I
round.
are pissed.
Why?
I've been locked. We were locked in.
We were locked in, yeah.
For weeks and weeks. We were
sure
we'd get him.
We were also probably gonna trade tomorrow if Wendell Moore was available. But now there's fuck.
I heard the pick took so long because Kid was making this little image right here.
we really liked Wendell Moore, and I like this pick a lot for the Pacers. It pisses me off because Wendell Moore is a very good player. His assist to turnover ratio was extremely good for a small forward at his size. 6'5", 7-foot wingspan. He's going to be able to come in automatically and be able to make a good appearance in his first season. I feel like he'll be one of those players this summer league that'll be really, really good. I don't know why I think that way, but I feel like I just have a hunch. His wingspan is nice. He's a very efficient player. He doesn't score that much, but when he does shoot the ball, he's very efficient in his scoring, and that's really why we were looking at him a lot. But really good pick.
Ooh, live trade talk.
An awful trade, though.
That's a great
just for Chuck saying that Wendell Moore is about to be an all-star, fringe all-star.
Jalen Williams is going to be the next Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's for Matt saying that Jalen Williams is about to be 70 for the rest of his career.
My picks aren't bad.
Guys, Bryce McGowan's fell. Oh my god. Go. Woo.
No, I guess he did, right? And so did Beauchamp and Chandler.
Bryce McGowan's
Arabia.
Who did Suns pick in 2020 draft?
Arabia's out.
I was really trying to
we don't talk about the 2020 draft, okay?
You said your picks aren't bad and
okay,
Suns haven't panned out, but it's only been a year, so I wanted to go a year before.
We don't talk about 2020. We don't talk about 2020.
What was 2020 again?
We don't talk about 2020.
We
don't talk about 2020.
But the Suns only make good picks.
All right, we'll see you guys later. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was good. Final draft board
guys.
here. Take your screenshots. It's over, man. Second round's gonna be tomorrow. Thank you.
Post a picture, please.
No.
Good luck not drafting busts. Bye.
All right.
Oh wow, that is bad.
All right.